Honorable members, shall we pray? Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favor upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic. Endow members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labors of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, and our good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God of our country, fair as it might be, a country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbor, a country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, a country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service, and honor shall be given to the deserving, a country of peace, where government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people, that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honorable members, we have a lot of our members at various committees discussing the estimates from various sectors with the technical personnel from the ministries, and we also have the appointment committee doing a public hearing of the President's 3 nominees to the Supreme Court. But we had scheduled to inaugurate the Parliamentary Friendship Associations today. And as a result, we invited the ambassadors of the various countries, and they have been here because we give them the time to be here, and there's no way we can keep them waiting on us. And so those of you who are available, we have to go on with the program whilst the others come to join us later on. With this, I want Yes, Deputy Minority Leader.
Thank you, Round Speaker. I just came from the appointment committee. I have the assurance of the chairman that he'll be taking a suspension shortly to join us.
Yes, just to confirm that members will be joining us soonest. I want to, on behalf of the Parliament of Ghana, warmly welcome the ambassadors of the various countries which we have decided to form parliamentary friendship associations with. Today, we're going to inaugurate 40 parliamentary friendship associations. And the ambassadors those countries have been invited to be with us. I can see at the right side of the public gallery quite a number of them represented there. I hope all the 40 are available. We invited the ambassadors from Algeria, Austria, Barbados, Brazil, Canada, China, Cuba, Czech, Denmark, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, France, Germany, Hungary, India, Iran, Israel, Japan, Jordan, Kenya, Kuwait, Lebanon, Mexico, Morocco, Nigeria, Norway, Panama, Qatar, Russia, Saudi Arabia, Serbia, Seychelles, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Togo, Turkey, United Kingdom, and United States of America. These are the 40 high commissioners and ambassadors we have invited because we have so far composed friendship associations with the parliaments of these countries. So on your behalf, I acknowledge their presence and we proceed to invite the chair of the management committee of the friendship groups to make some opening remarks before we proceed. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, the Honorable Afenyo Markins, the Deputy Leader, is unavoidably absent. And if I could make few remarks on behalf of him as the Chair of the Management Committee on the Friendship Group.
Yes, you may do so now.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Today's event is very important and historic to this nation. Ghana, as we all know, try to have a lot of missions everywhere or in many countries. Today, we're inaugurating about 40 of such, and this will go a very long way to deepen the parliamentary diplomacy that Ghana is always extending to various countries. I am very happy to state that we building parliamentary relationship with these countries will deepen and be able to enhance capacity of members of parliament, where we can be able to share ideas. We will be able to visit their parliament to see what they do different, whilst they also have an opportunity to see the uninterrupted parliamentary democracy that we have enjoyed as a country from 1992 or in the Fourth Republic. Mr. Speaker, countries like Algeria coming on board, Jordan, Kenya, Russia, Serbia have a lot to offer. We do know that the United Kingdom have a very outstanding parliamentary group, or they have a very strong parliament. And if we build relationship with such parliament, it will go a very long way to help Ghana. So on behalf of the committee that you have put together to be able to get members to chair and vice chair various relationships, distinguished members of this house with various capacities and abilities have been chosen others to chair, and others to support their chairs and members to support, to deepen our parliamentary diplomacy and relationship with these various countries. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I wish to thank you so much for putting this committee together, and today being a memorable day. And I hope that when these relationships are inaugurated, it will go a long way to help the Parliament of Ghana, even though it is still not enough. But starting with 40 at this juncture is enough to be able to help us whilst we extend hands to other parliaments in various places. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, honorable members, we will now have to move on to the comments by the minority leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Deputy Minority Leader, yes.
Thank you, Honourable. So I rise on behalf of the Minority Leader, who is obviously in the appointment committee, and will be joining us shortly. Honourable Speaker, thank you, and let me first welcome His Excellencies for honouring your invitation, and to say that this is very, very important. The essence of the parliamentary associations offer the Parliament of Ghana and our partners globally the opportunity to deepen and explore our mutual interest as a people together. In the 21st century, Honourable Speaker, this is critical, especially the importance of parliaments in really shaping global agenda and global policies. And so it is very, very important that the Parliament of Ghana really takes these very important steps and to chart a worthy course and to wake up to its responsibilities for the people we represent. And so we are very, very excited that on this day we are going to inaugurate almost 40 associations that will really get members of parliament representing their people on the global stage indeed. And so, Honourable Speaker, on behalf of the various associations, let me congratulate the associations and to thank His Excellencies for honouring your invitation. I thank you.
Honourable members, may we now listen to comments from the Majority Leader.
Speaker, may I seek your leave to do it for and on behalf of the Leader of the House.
Majority Chief Way, you may do so.
For indulging me. Let me join my colleague in commemorating this all-important and auspicious day. I also commend ourselves, Ghana, and history is replete with the many interventions as a country we have staged and all the attractions we've attracted to ourselves at the global stage. So suffice it to say that more often than not, we've been praised in terms of the building of democratic institutions and the culture of democracy. I, however, dare say that there is more to be done in terms of building institutions, nurturing the culture of democracy, and also building our democratic tendencies. Speaker, at the international diplomacy level, we are used to the executive to executive diplomacy, and little is known of parliamentary democracy. But that speaks to the core when it comes to democratic credentials and democracy itself, because we represent the people. You can imagine if we are able to shore up our democratic exchanges between parliaments, that would really reflect the true sense of democracy. And so I may have to say that we have enough of the executive to executive. Now, globally, if you look at the shifts and the focus, it's on parliamentary democracy. And that is what we should be doing. So in my other world, I was the chair of the Foreign Affairs. I recall many of the interventions myself and the Honorable Ablakwa, the the ranking member, many interventions we undertook. I think we need to do more in building this democracy and the fledgling democracy that we have. More often than not, we tend to say that Ghana, we have arrived. I don't think it's the case. We still have to strengthen our institutions. Obama came to this country, at the shores of this country, to tell us that we should strengthen institutions. That is true. But the institutions are manned by individuals. So we as individuals and people who occupy public offices would also have to purge ourselves. We have to purge ourselves in meeting the expectations, the huge expectations of the Ghanaian people and the people who vote us into office. That for me is a yardstick that will judge ultimately whether we've performed or not. So the real measure of democracy is the state of our parliament. And Speaker, it will be remiss on my part if I don't commend you. Many occasions where we engage you publicly and private, how passionate you are. And you have said it without mincing words, that minus our parliament, we will not have a democracy. And hence, we must guard and guide with everything and anything possible to protect our democracy. And begins from the institution of parliament. So I want to urge colleagues, especially all the friendship group, that we must work assiduously to firm up all these friendship group, because Ghana is unique. Ghana is unique, and many countries will also want to have a stint with us. Having said this, I think that one of the things we need to also focus on is institutions. Institutions. We must build our institutions. Over 30 years of parliamentary democracy, a number of question marks behind a few of our institutions that we need to find answers to. I think if we're able to do this, Ghana will really become the beacon of hope that we are so desirous of achieving. So I want to commend you particularly for having personified the crusade and the struggle when it comes to the protection of our parliamentary democracy. And you have seen it all. Majority leader, minority leader, and have had a good stint even with the executive. And so if there is an example that we should look up to, it's you. And today our country is blessed. The first time the Speaker of Parliament is from a party that doesn't constitute government. And you don't see this on the shores of our planet. But Speaker, we've been able to steer the affairs of this institution to where we are. A parliament that we've never had before, since the First Republic, Second Republic, Third Republic, Fourth Republic. We've never had this parliament. Yet, arguably, we have done creditably well. So with these words, I want to thank you for the opportunity and the space granted. So I'm grateful.
Honourable members, let me, on your behalf, once again warmly welcome our illustrious guests, the High Commissioners, Ambassadors, and other heads of the diplomatic community to our midst. It's important for us to thank them for finding time to participate in the inauguration of the Parliamentary Friendship Associations. We know how busy they are, but they have had to squeeze time to be with us. And that is why I felt that it was so important, in spite of the paucity of our numbers, to start this ceremony. the presence of the high turnout of the high commissioners, ambassadors, and heads of the various diplomatic community is ample testimony of their commitment to promote good relations between Ghana and their countries. And I think it's important we applaud their efforts for being present. We are indeed most grateful for your presence, Your Excellencies. And we don't take that just as the normal course of duty, but we take it with rather a very high sense of gratitude. Let me admit that today's inauguration of the Friendship Association is really quite belated. It should have been done long ago. It's been long overdue. But on a couple of times, we had to reschedule the inauguration due to the exigencies of the time. Today, for example, if not because I deem it very important, we might have rescheduled it because of the numbers, the commitments of members to other assignments. But I think that it's important we do it once and for all. Again, putting the membership of the various associations together has also been a very arduous task. It's been more difficult than anticipated. And these are the things that caused the delay in the inauguration. Be that as it may, today is a significant milestone in the evolution of Ghana's parliament, particularly for our efforts at strengthening parliamentary diplomacy. The associations we launch today will have as their focus the building of stronger relations with legislatures from other jurisdictions, and by extension, governments and civil society. Let me once again emphasize that Ghana is the center of the world. For that matter, Ghana is the heart of the world. And it's not for nothing that in spite of our size and our numbers, we have a special place in international and global diplomacy. Ghana is a land of gold. Anywhere in the country, you can get gold. We have very quality human resource. And we know even before independence, the name of Gold Coast. In fact, Gold Coast was regarded as a model colony of Great Britain. And so Ghana has a special place in the heart of many countries. I think we ourselves take it for granted. And we are not taking advantage of this important driver of change. So today what we are doing is a very important exercise. Inaugurating 40 parliamentary friendship associations. These associations have diverse descriptions, and in some jurisdictions they refer to them as parliamentary friendship groups. Others say interparliamentary friendship groups or parliamentary group of friendship, among many other names. They are made up of members of parliament who voluntarily decide to join such associations to stimulate relations between their parliament and any country of their choice. The main aim, as we've just been told by the leaders, is to foster bilateral relations between said countries, primarily through sharing information, insights, and perspectives. You are aware, because of the global trends, there's a very new, evolving, important function of Parliament, which is parliamentary diplomacy and international relations. We have been doing it, but we are now formalizing this. So members of the group will be holding discussions with their peers from other countries that they voluntarily have chosen. You have to arrange meetings with their governments and civil society representatives for a better understanding of each other country and the prevailing issues. Such discussions are usually on issues which the MPs share a common interest. And I believe at such fora, it will facilitate critical explanations and understanding and allow legislatures and governments in general to communicate their positions on national and international issues. You get to understand better when you attend parliamentary network associations like the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, Interparliamentary Union, African Parliamentary Union, Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption, the African Parliamentary Network Against Corruption, the African Parliamentary Network on Monitoring and Evaluation. There are so many of them that I don't think many of you are even aware of. And so through those meetings, you get to know more and you'll be in a better position to network better. You get to understand a number of international issues, and that is why these parliamentary friendship associations are non-partisan. We have cross-party representations in all the associations, and they are not chaired by the party in government. We have some chairs from the party in government and some from the party not in government. The friendship group an MP joins depends on his or her specific interest in a particular country or countries. I think the decision we took is that you should not join more than 5 parliamentary associations. Your interest could be as a result of existing personal or official links, interest in an area of foreign policy, or anticipated economic or cultural advantage. In order to better understand their countries of choice, parliamentary friendship groups may organize lectures on social, economic, and political situations in their partner states. There are also exchange of visitors or visits to foster better understanding and deepen existing contacts. We have, as a result, included in the budget a very important item to support these associations to be able to perform their functions and role. So it is therefore our expectation that our parliamentary friendship associations will serve as a platform for comprehensive engagement between our members of parliament and partner states, legislatures, governments, and civil society. The courtesy calls that we had from our ambassadors here have all shown, all of them have shown interest in deepening this relationship. They want to see us promote and strengthen the relationship between parliaments, governments, and civil society. And they want to see that translate into real benefits for our people. And so we expect that members will take this matter seriously. And I want to suggest that, among others, the associations collaborate with these partner states, other friendship associations, and try as much as possible to organize seminars and lectures on many important issues. We are particularly confronted with a lot of complexities, high risk, uncertainties, and particularly in our sub-region, the Sahel challenge and the democratic reversals. So we need to quickly get in touch with our colleagues and try to sharpen our understanding of many of these issues. We also want to look at issues of human rights, education and training, energy policy, the environmental sustainability, and intercultural dialogue. We may be looking, as we are hosting the AFTAC, commercial and trade relations, transport policy, investment relations, among others. So, in spite of the fact that we are just left with about a year, we are expecting that these associations will make great impact on the international community. I want to conclude by thanking all of you, members of parliament, staff of the parliamentary service, who have worked behind the scenes to ensure that today's inauguration is held. To all of you present here, you are witnesses to the birth of Ghana's Parliamentary Friendship Associations. Yours will be to hold the members responsible and demand of them to deliver on the outcomes that we all look forward to. Together, we can make these associations successful. On this note, I have the honor and the pleasure to declare the 40 Parliamentary Friendship Associations of Ghana's Parliament duly launched. Honorable members, the list as compiled is here with me, and copies are available for members. I'm sure they will be distributed to you. But I will acknowledge that we have the mission heads and representatives of the 40 countries invest here. Initially, I mentioned the countries, but I'm acknowledging their presence. We have the ambassador of Algeria. From the list, I have ambassador of Algeria, of Austria, of Barbados, of Brazil, of Canada. You know, the ladies always do the right thing. What I said doesn't mean the gentlemen always do the wrong things. This is being done in alphabetical order. That is what I've adopted. We also have the ambassador from China, Cuba, Czech Republic, Denmark, Egypt, Equatorial Guinea, Ethiopia, France, Germany, Hungary, India, Iran, Israel, Japan, there's pressure from Japan because your colleagues there are itching to be here and also to receive you. So please, that group, immediately organize yourself. We'll be prepared to send you there immediately, and we will be prepared to receive them to come back. That is Japan. Jordan, Kenya, Kuwait, Lebanon, Mexico, Morocco, Nigeria, Norway, Panama. You know, one of you is married to the Speaker of the Parliament of Panama. They were here, a Ghanaian from Ashanti region. So they are expecting you there. Qatar, Russia, Saudi Arabia, those of you who want to dress like Sheikh, you can see His Excellency well dressed. Very soon you will see me dressing like that after I've visited Saudi Arabia. Serbia, South Africa, South Korea, Spain, Seychelles, Togo, very soon French will be compulsory in Parliament. So you have to start learning French. Turkey, United Kingdom, United States of America, these are the high commissioners, ambassadors, and heads of missions that have taken time to honor us with their presence. Honorable members, in view of the presence of our dignitaries, we may have to suspend sitting for a few minutes in order to properly receive them, and we need all of you present together with your leaders. More importantly, the leadership of the friendship groups, so that you start from today networking and facilitating the process. With this, I want to, with your permission, suspend the sitting of the House. We will resume at 12:30, that is in an hour's time. But before we do that, let me just acknowledge the gallantry of our visitors who I can see at the public gallery, mostly students from various institutions, even though I have the list of only 2 institutions. We have students from Ankamu DA A and B Basic School. They are being led by one Mr. Fifi Dazi. He is the assistant headmaster, and the school is located at Gomwa West. There are 150 in number. Please kindly applaud their presence. You are really warmly welcome, and we are happy that you want to start early by learning what happens in Parliament, how we work, and why we work the way we work, so that in future you could perform better than us. Please resume your seats. We have students from the Benin Bethel CYDC Basic School, and they are led by one Eric Efa, who is the project director. That school is located at Ashanti Mampong. I think the proper spelling is Asante, not Ashanti. Asante Mampong. There are 62 in number. Once again, on your behalf, I also warmly welcome them to the Parliament of Ghana. Please, you are welcome. You may also resume your seats. With this, I proceed to suspend sitting of the House, and sitting is accordingly suspended until 12:30 p.m.
Turn to page 13 and take item 19.
Honorable members, let's turn to page 13. Page 13. Item listed 19 by the Minister for Natural Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves a sum of 1,734,758,575 Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker, for the services of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Thank you very much. Yes, let me welcome the chairman for the committee to second and submit the committee's report.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion, and with your permission, I present the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I will read only the conclusion, and I will ask the Hamzat office to capture the entire report as having been read. The committee has critically examined the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources in the light of their planned crucial activities for the 2024 financial year. The committee takes note of the insufficient allocation made to the ministry and its agencies and urges the Ministry of Finance to make additional funds available to the ministry to execute critical programs such as 2024 Green Ghana Day, as well as increase the allocation to the Ghana Boundary Commission to execute its mandate. In this regard, the committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 1,734,758,575 Ghana cedis for the implementation of programs of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the 2024 financial year. Respectfully submitted.
Very well. Yes, the ranking member and member for Wa Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to comment on the report of the Joint Committee of Lands and Forestry and Mines and Energy on the program-based budget estimates for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year 2024, requesting us to approve an amount of 1,734,758,575 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, when we went out to have a look at the estimate presented to us, we relied on the mission and core functions of the ministry. I noticed two major functional duties of the ministry, one being ensuring efficient and equitable land delivery services, and another being facilitating the promotion of sustainable forest and wildlife resource management and utilization. The Speaker, based on this, I viewed the constitutional requirements of any ministry, including the government of the day, to ensure that there is protection of lands in this land, in this country. And upon that reflection, and based on the statement I'm making, I want to reiterate a request we had made earlier to the minister to repeal the LI 2462 on the Environmental Protection Act, or to make sure he works along with the Minister of Lands, of Environment and Natural Resource to repeal that act LI 2462 2022, which is allowing mining in reserve areas. It does not sync well with the core mandate of the ministry to protect the lands and to ensure that the forestry of this country is protected and enhanced, and also to encourage the president to revoke his own executive instrument 144, which allows the Achimota forest to be used for residential purposes. Mr. Speaker, like the chairman has said, we are worried about the fact that there is a problem of low release of funds, low budgetary allocation to the ministry, and we wish that this trend should be reversed. I just wish that the Minister of Finance would have been here to listen to the facts and the core principle that land defines the sovereignty. One of the principles that define the sovereignty of the state is to protect its lands and to make sure that protection is sustained. The chairman has already made mention of the funding challenges of the Ghana Boundary Commission. Mr. Speaker, our concern is a recurrent underfunding of priority projects of this institution. It's been a sing-song, it's been a worry, and it keeps repeating on and on that this very important institution comes out with a budget every single time. The budget is ignored, and painfully so, to the extent that the functions of the Boundary Commission appears to be not important, because we don't see it to be key in the functioning of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, to give you an example, last year there was an estimate presented to the ministry of 36,627,087 Ghana cedis. Only 5 million was allocated to them. This year, they made a presentation of 41.6 million, and only 5 million is approved for them. That shows lack of commitment and lack of understanding of the functional duty of the Boundaries Commission. Various other institutions are underrated and undervalued in the approval of the budget, especially the Geological Survey Authority. Mr. Speaker, this is another organization that captures the very core, the very core of our our natural resource, understanding, finding, and exploring our mineral resource. Because they find the resources, they are able to tell us exactly where the resources are. So companies that we are admitting into this country can mine in those areas. And yet, this organization is one of the areas that is constantly ignored in its request for funding. Like I said, several other organizations exist. So it goes to affect the real value of the resource allocated to the ministry and the need for the ministry to have the capacity it should have to function further than what we are seeing. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to use this opportunity to make a request to the Minister of Finance not to see the ministry as any of the ministries you can always look at and reduce funding. It is a critical ministry. It has a central position in the real definition of what Ghana is, and it is the place where you can find all the natural resources we can be proud of. And so if
the supervisory ministry is not equipped and functional enough, we would lose a lot. And I will urge the Minister of Finance, the Ministry of Finance, to be more functional in this duty, to turn more closely to the ministry and work towards it. But indeed also to warn the Ministry of Lands that when funds are allocated for projects, the projects should be done adequately and reflect the pulse of the people. A few days ago, we saw on TV3 when they showed pictures of the trees we were planting last year. Many of the people who were given the trees to plant stored them at places they couldn't and couldn't go back for them, and they were getting rotten. So there's a need for more supervisory functioning of the ministry so that we don't have such things occurring anymore. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes. Let me come to Amale South.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion and to support the ranking member in indicating that the amount of money allocated for the Ministry of Lands and Forestry is inadequate, and for government to do more to support that ministry. Mr. Speaker, administration and access to land is a good measure of attraction of investment to any country. The speed with which investors can acquire land is a significant measure of how much foreign direct investment we can get as a country. And normally investors get frustrated. Thanks to the revised land administration law, we should see a better improvement in the speed with which persons can have title to their land, save those matters which end up in the tortuous decisions of our court. But Mr. Speaker, may I refer you to page 17 of your committee's report, paragraph 5. Emphasis my capping of IGF retention. And Mr. Speaker, it reads, officials of the Commission raised a serious concern about the effect of the implementation of the capping policy on the operations of the Commission. Now, are we aware of a capping policy, or we are aware of Ministry of Finance giving them a certain percentage of IGF for purpose of retention? If you are under the Capping Act, then Parliament itself can take a second view of it. I know that NHIA has been capped, I know that GET Fund have been capped, but with Lands Commission, are you really in this report talking about capping, or you are asking for additional allocation of your IGF, maybe from 33% to 70%? I won't conceive that as being the same thing as capping. Even if you are capping, then be specific that you are specific to IGF. It's different than when the minister gets 8 billion and decides to give GET Fund 4 billion and not the 8 billion in the name of capping. But Mr. Speaker, may I again, with respect, refer you to a table in the committee's report, and the table is in page 15. So I refer to the table in page 15, IGF. You have reported IGF. Now we need to know how much IGF did the Lands Commission generate in total. Don't give us only the 33% that you spend. Then, Mr. Speaker, when I take you to the table, which is, I'm specific now on, so when you come to the expenditure, which is table 1 of page 5, IGF was 695,307,000. Now, amount released is 511. If in your own report you said 33%, 511 million is not and cannot be 33% of 695 million. That's about 60 million. So check, I'm referring to page 5. Your IGF approved budget 695,307,367. Amount released 511. Amount released 511. 511 of 695 cannot be 33%.
So it means that your IGF, you get more than you require. So we need to reconcile that, Mr. Speaker. Then I come to the last table and just make my conclusion, Mr. Speaker. Then page 15. You see IGF again. You see them spending 950,688,000. Is that your total IGF? Or is that what the Ministry of Finance is allocating to you? We need clarification on it. You are entitled to a certain percentage. What percentage? I have shared you exceeding your 33% to 60.9%. So in page 15, when you have 950 million IGF, we need to know the total IGF because the ministry generates a lot of resources there. Then, Mr. Speaker, finally, I see in the committee's report, they are talking about some indication, construction of offices, and then Ghana discovering lithium, and the fact that the minister be reminded. So, Mr. Speaker, I just conclude on that and refer you, Mr. Speaker, to Article 268 of the 1992 Constitution. So, Minister, we expect you. There's a threshold, and the threshold is onerous. Whether it's lithium, is gold, is mineral, is bauxite. The Code 268 says that a transaction, contract, or undertaking involving the grant of a right or concession by or on behalf of any person, including the government of Ghana, to any other person or body of persons, howsoever described, for the exploitation of any mineral for this purpose, lithium, water, or other natural resources of Ghana, made or entered into after the coming into force of this Constitution, shall be subject to ratification by Parliament. The Constitution goes further, Mr. Speaker, to add 2682. Parliament may, by resolution supported by the votes of not less than two-thirds of the members of Parliament, exempt from the provision of clause 1 of this article any particular class of transaction, contract, or undertaking. So, Mr. Speaker, you want to read it in the reverse form, exempt. So it's important that whatever contract the minister has so ratified, he counts for parliamentary approval, which shall be by a resolution of not less than two-thirds. He's reminded that that should happen. And then a TS report is made on Ninahini and other mineral findings somewhere. And Mr. Speaker, I think that the Boundary Commission have done very, very well. And then finally on GIADEC, and then the Mineral Income Development Fund, what government was seeking to use as collateral to borrow money. We need to know how much money they have generated, how much equity interest they are going into on behalf of the Republic, because so much money is allocated in the name of the Mineral Development Fund. They themselves as a committee expressed frustration at the releases of it. So, Mr. Speaker, with this comment, paragraph 11.6, delay in releasing MDF funds, Mineral Development Funds, we need to know how much have accrued to them. They are entering into some equity partnership. We need to be updated on all of that. With this comment, Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Honorable Member for Achima Akroso.
Asane Akroso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to comment on the committee's report for Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has a mandate to manage lands, forestry, wildlife, and mineral resources in Ghana for the sustainability and utilization for socio-economic growth and development. Mr. Speaker, I would like to focus on Forestry and Boundary Commission. At the committee sitting, Mr. Speaker, we saw that the allocation of 2023 to the Forestry Commission and then for the Green Ghana and National Afforestation was inadequate. Mr. Speaker, the release that was given to the National Afforestation. As I'm speaking to you, they own 17 months' salary to the National Afforestation Commission, and again, afforestation. And again, Mr. Speaker, the Green Ghana, what they budgeted for 2024, that's 2024 was 60, the Speaker, I read, was 60 million for Green Ghana, and they were allocated of 1.5 million cedis, which means it's inadequate. And for the Boundary Commission, Mr. Speaker, they requested 36 million cedis, over 36 million cedis, and 5 million cedis were allocated. In this situation, Mr. Speaker, the Boundary Commission will have it difficult in acquiring goods and services, and then for CAPEX also. Boundary Commission, when we met them, this is what they said. They said in 2024, they would like to acquire some gadgets, and with this 1.5 million cedis for goods and services will not be adequate for them to be able to carry on with the mandate they are doing. So in this case, Mr. Speaker, I will urge that in the mid-year budget, the Minister for Lands and Natural should seek funding from the Finance Ministry also to be able to handle these two institutions very well. I urge the House to support and approve the budget for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, which is in the tune of 1,734,758,575 cedis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I'll take one here and then come to leader. Then you bring this estimate to a close. So, honorable member for South-Dai.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice for the call that an amount of, Mr. Speaker, an amount of 1,734,758,575 Ghana cedis be approved for the activities and programs for the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the 2024 fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me touch on some activities that the Ministry undertook in 2023 as reviewed. Mr. Speaker, I've been making a call that, for instance, the Green Ghana project, it should be properly disaggregated, so that, for instance, when you come to South-Dai district, we should be able to point to some acreage of land that has come under plantation as a result of the program. The haphazard nature of doing the planting and not having personnel cared for the seedlings, they are left in the wild. We may be expending money, we may be expending energy in undertaking this tree planting, but if they are not properly manicured, they are not tended, they are left in the wild. When there's bushfire, they are consumed. So I am worried that we are planting the trees, we are reckoning how many trees we planted, and yet we are not able to account for them, let's say, a year or two down the line. So I want to suggest that going forward, let's determine a certain area of land and do the planting, so that personnel can be assigned to tender or to tend these tree seedlings until they attain maturity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, one other issue that the committee looked at, or as an activity for the Ghana Geological Survey Authority, is that they want to, for instance, in 2024, for Ghana School of Survey and Mapping, for instance, they want to procure consultancy services for re-accreditation processes. Mr. Speaker, why does the Ghana School of Survey and Mapping need a consultant in order to be re-accredited? I don't get it. It's an existing institution. That's the school where my father taught until he retired. And they've trained a lot of surveyors. So what is this issue that we need to go and procure a consultant, for the consultant to now do what? For purposes of re-accreditation. Some of these things, when they get out, people, they take us on. So I don't think that is how it's supposed to be. We don't need a consultant for the Ghana School of Survey and Mapping to be re-accredited if there's anything like that. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I need to touch on is on page 10 of the report under paragraph 9, subparagraph 1. Mr. Speaker, the ministry intends to undertake some activities, and reference is made to a certain green minerals policy to support Ghana's energy transition. Mr. Speaker, as members of Parliament, I don't think that, while speaking for myself, I have not seen this Green Ghana green minerals policy, and I want to urge the ministry to make copies available to members, so that the issues, Mr. Speaker, the issue that is presently engaging the mind of the people is the issue of green energy, and it is important. Lithium, and lithium, we are told that is green mineral, and we need the policy that the ministry has fashioned out to guide its activities in this matter. Mr. Speaker, finally, Lands Commission. Last year I said this, and I'll say it again. What is preventing Lands Commission from opening district offices? Why should it be so cumbersome for my people in Southern, in Peki, in Palina, in Tongo, in Peve, to register their lands? They have to travel all the way to Ho to have their lands registered. We've spent so much money under land reforms, and it's going through phases, going through phase 1, phase 2. And yet our people cannot get up and register their interest in land with ease. We are talking about renovating regional offices. What about opening district offices, so that the registration process can be taken closer to the people? From Majebu to Kwebe is 45 kilometers, Mr. Speaker. That is the district capital, and there's no land registration office. So if a landowner in Majebu must travel to Ho, which is over 100 kilometers, would he go? Meanwhile, every day, transactions in respect of land takes place in the districts. So, Mr. Speaker, our policy reforms must be responding to the real issues on the ground. We shouldn't be spending money renovating regional offices when we are not taking steps to open district offices. Mr. Speaker, with these words, I call on the House to approve the amount mentioned. Thank you very much.
Let me take the last one from the majority, Jeffrey.
Speaker, let me...
Your position, I gave it to. Or you want to? I gave your position to Honorable Dafiamapo.
Speaker.
So today you have to prove that you can do something small. So I'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just 2 brief comments. The first one is in connection with the Office of the Administrator of Stolen Lands. Mr. Speaker, and the challenges they are facing. Mr. Speaker, it has already been raised. Yes, very brief. And the challenges they are facing. Mr. Speaker, if today the Office of the Administrator is raising serious concern as a result of landowners leasing their lands in the form of concession to illegal miners because of the lucrative nature, I think the best way to fight this menace is not just to be in the combative way,
to resource the alternative livelihoods program for the forestry, for the ministry itself, to make sure that it will motivate those who will be illegal migrants to be well resourced and find some form of alternative livelihood. Because sometimes the question that is asked, that the answer that is given, that is a matter of survival. And if it's a matter of survival, no matter how best you fight them, they will still go and do it because man must survive. But if you're able to find a way of them for them in the form of resourcing the forestry employee, the alternative livelihood program and other things, Mr. Speaker, I think it will go a long way to save and save this country. The other serious one, Mr. Speaker, I had to be on my feet, is in connection with the Ghana Boundary Commission. Mr. Speaker, I remember that law was passed under certificate of urgency in this house, and it was passed under a serious meeting of joint caucus where all these doors were locked, and we had to do it to save this country. Mr. Speaker, it is not only enough to pass law and not resourcing the commission to do its work. Mr. Speaker, we passed this law before we went to do this international oil legal arbitration. So if that law had been passed and the Boundary Commission had been resourced, Mr. Speaker, we wouldn't have found ourselves in where we found ourselves on that day. So we passed the law, and I think the ministry must be given enough money, yes, to resource the Ghana Boundary Commission. Mr. Speaker, out of 33 million in 2023, you gave them only 5 million. Out of 43 million in 2024, you are giving them 5 million. Why do you want to be giving them something and not resourcing them to work? Mr. Speaker, where I come from, I share boundary with La Côte d'Ivoire. And Mr. Speaker, the most vulnerable boundary in this country is Man Place. Dollar Power to be precise. Mr. Speaker, dollar power, and most of these Ivorian rebels are finding habitation in those areas. Meanwhile, it is Ghana land. Mr. Speaker, when I wanted to visit there, the Boundary Commission told me that you can only go there with our protection. Because even the soldiers themselves, when they are going there, the security risk is so high. So I think, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Boundary Commission is not asking for something too much. 43 million Ghana cedis to be able to buy radar for assessing our vulnerability of international boundaries. You will not do it. Meanwhile, you are sharing the same boundary with Côte d'Ivoire. If anything happens, then you say you are going for international arbitration. Then just one lawyer, legal fee, would have been used to buy this radar that the Boundary Commission is asking for. You will not do it. But when it gets there, you go and say, oh, give me 43 million, and go and represent Ghana. Then, under pressure, you go and provide that one. Make hay while the sun. With this US, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Thank you. Today you've made it snappy. Yes, finally let me come to Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, you saw how he struggled to meet the mark. I mean, the brevity, how he struggled. So I rise to speak in support of the motion moved. Just a few words. The Honorable Dafemeko's point on tendering the plants that we've planted under the Green Ghana project, I think is important. The plantation, the tendering of these plants is as important as the plantation. And so we can look at other places, models across the world, and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And I know how passionate Minister is about this whole activity. But I must commend him too. If you are traveling around Accra, there are many places that you see new seedlings being planted. And for these places, I'm told the tendering is something that we can be proud of. So we can replicate in other places. So we got the promotion of other minerals. And the committee's report is captured succinctly, page 19, that actions are underway at the Bonfa block in Asante region, and also some effective partnership between government and the private entity to develop the Daboya salt area form of a drilling. I think this is very important. One can talk about the value chain and the job openings that will come out to the youth and the youth of our country. I will urge the minister to press the necessary button for this to see the light of day. Speaker, let me conclude on page 16. On the payment to beneficiaries of the youth in afforestation. It's pathetic. Speaker, it's pathetic. And yesterday, I'm proud of what Parliament did, where we had to advise the Minister of Education to go back and, in conjunction with the Minister of Finance, to do some realignment. Speaker, we can't just gloss over this. Payment to these youth is outstanding, 17 months. Speaker, if you permit me, I will read portions of the report, page 16. Officials of the Forestry Commission informed the committee that the Youth in Afforestation program continued to face funding challenges. And it goes ahead to say that for this reason, the officials disclosed that payment to beneficiaries of the program was currently in arrears of 17 months. This is totally unacceptable.
17 months.
17 months.
And they are still working.
Yes. Besides the point, the amount released towards 2024 can only cater for 4 months. It's captured by the report. We should, yes, we will approve this amount. We will approve it. But the Minister of Finance must be made to do something about this. We can allow our youth to stay in the house for 17 months without payment. This is totally unacceptable. And Speaker, and in line with what we did with the Ministry of Education, some communication should go out to the Ministry of Finance. They have to reach out to the Minister responsible for lands and forestry and make some release. ASAP definitely has to be done because the 17 months is non-negotiable. Something has to be done about it. And I think, Speaker, let me conclude on that note and urge the House to support the passage of the advertised amounts in support of the services of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. In conclusion, Speaker, the Minister is doing a good job. I mean, he's come to personify, even at the international stage, wonderful work he's doing. But we must look within. Speaker, we must look. Speaker, let me. Speaker, let.
Honorable Leader, just address me.
Speaker, I will conclude on the 17 months arrears. We can't just let it go. Some direction should go to finance to immediately sit with the minister and see what can be done about it. If we cannot defray all the 17 months, let's see a significant portions of it being paid, and then it would urge the youth who are still working, and Christmas is just at the corner. So let me conclude by urging members to support the passage of this motion. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I think I asked some rhetorical question. I think I need to ask the question. 17 months without allowance or payment to the workers. So, are you still saying they are working? 17 months.
They are pretending to work.
Mr. Speaker, you're doing good work. Mr. Speaker, let me first of all thank the House for the consideration and also the very important interventions which have been made. Mr. Speaker, we've made notes of everything that has been said, and we will take all of that on board, Mr. Speaker, particularly the very insightful interventions which were made by the Majority Chief Whip, the ranking member, the respected ranking member for Lands and Forestry Committee, and the honorable member for Tamale South, my senior, Mr. Speaker, except to point out, Mr. Speaker, that in the lithium lease at clause 1E, it is expressly stated that we will require parliamentary ratification, and therefore I want to assure the Member of Parliament for Tamale South that the list will definitely be laid before this House for the consideration of the House. Mr. Speaker, the question you asked, I believe that somebody from the other side answered it correctly. They are pretending to work and we are pretending to pay them. But it's a matter that we must, on a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, find a lasting, sustainable solution to. And we are feverishly engaging the Ministry of Finance to find a solution to the particular issue. Mr. Speaker, I thank the House most sincerely, and I respectfully urge the House to approve the request of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But I will still urge you to do more, at least with respect to that particular aspect. I mean, our young guys working the forest, planting trees, and for 17 months receiving nothing. Please, let's do something about it. On that note, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 19 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion listed 19 in today's order paper is hereby adopted, and that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,754,758,575 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources for the year ending 31st December 2024. Honorable Majority Chief Whip, before I will even ask you to lead us, my understanding is that today you've not taken votes and proceedings because of the guests we had this morning. So I will invite you to turn to page 1, item listed 4. Item listed 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. So we will take the votes and proceedings and we begin from page 1. Votes and proceedings, page 1. Page 2. Page 3. Page 4. Page 5. Are you up on your feet? Page 6. Page 7. Page 8. Page number 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page number 17. Page 18. Page 19. Page 20. Page number 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 28.
29, page 30, page number 31, page 32, page 33, page 34, page number 35, page 36, page 37, page 38, page 39, and finally page 40. Honorable members, yes, honorable member for Abetifin.
Mr. Speaker, permit me to take you back to page 5.
Page 5.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, my good self is being reported as absent, and I don't know why the clerks keep doing that to me. I was present yesterday in the premises of Parliament. So,
you were here?
Yes, my constituency, there was no election. So,
but did you come?
Yes. So,
but then it appears you didn't register. So I've said it, and I'm saying it again. Please, once you come here, let's make time to register so that your name can be captured. Honorable members, so table, kindly take note of that. Honorable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes and proceedings of yesterday, Tuesday, 19th December 2023, is hereby adopted as the true records of proceedings. Yes, leader, let me come to you again.
Speaker, may we move to page 13 and take item 20. Item 20, page 13.
So, honorable members, come with me to page 13. Page 13, item listed 20. The leader of the House, Majority Leader. Yes. So, whilst we are preparing to take that particular, let me welcome back the Right Honourable Speaker to take the chair.
Honorable members, I've just been informed that you were about to take the item on the budget of the Electoral Commission. Is that the case, leadership?
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
You haven't received copies of the report? I have a copy.
Mr. Speaker, for the record, they were distributed yesterday.
Yes.
If members don't have, they still could bring copies, additional copies.
So please, they will bring you copies. We'll go to page 13 of the order paper, item 20. Motion. Majority Leader.
Speaker, I rise to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 786,934,764 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2024. Speaker, the functions of the Electoral Commission are provided for under Article 45 of the 1992 Republican Constitution. The core functions of the Commission include the compilation, the register of voters, and revision of it as such areas as may be determined by law, the demarcation of electoral boundaries for both national and local government elections, the conduct and supervision of all public elections and referenda, education people, the electoral processes and its purpose, taking programs for expansion of the registration of voters, and to properly store election materials and perform such other functions as may be prescribed by law at the instance of the Parliament of the Republic. Mr. Speaker, I would want to pray the Housing Department to capture the entire report as having been read into the Hansard as I end by just reading the conclusion of the report. Speaker, the committee, having carefully scrutinized the estimates of the Commission, recommends the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 786,934,764 Ghana cedis, and further request that the Ministry of Finance avails the shortfall of 140,722,023 Ghana cedis and 63 pesos in order that the processes and the conduct of the presidential and general elections in 2024 would not be compromised. Mr. Speaker, this additional request that we're making is what the Commission had budgeted for, and unfortunately the Ministry could only allocate the 786,934,764 Ghana cedis to them. The Commission insists that without the 140 additional million and 722,023 Ghana cedis, it will be difficult to conduct timelessly and in a proper way the presidential and general elections slated for December 2024, which is why Mr. Speaker, it is why the Special Budget Committee deems it appropriate and fit to insist that the Commission be provided with this additional 140,722,023 Ghana cedis plus 63 pesos. Mr. Speaker, I so submit.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion. I rise to second the motion on the floor, ably presented by our Honorable Majority Leader, who is also the Chair. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, the report has been presented to you. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make some few comments of what the committee was exposed to. And one of the issues which reared its head only yesterday was the issue of the indelible ink that was presented to the voters. Mr. Speaker, we don't know whether it's because of the Hamatan or any other thing, but we also noted, as we had rightly shown concern to the commissioner that, or the chair of the Electoral Commission, that the ink which we have been told that was produced in Ghana, it's one that easily can easily be rubbed off, and we were rightly informed that the ink is never produced in Ghana, and at the same time we were also educated that what they have done is to even get rid of the indelible ink. Currently, nobody uses the indelible ink, and it was rightly proven yesterday. But we have shown serious concern about the use of that indelible ink. And Mr. Speaker, we have also shown concern about the amount of money that has been approved for the EC, considering the gaps, what the financial capital will be required to ensure that we have a smooth election by the end of the year 2024. It is very important that we urge the Ministry of Finance to ensure that they are provided with all the items that they require for a successful election, the conduct of the election. And it is our plea that we have to, as a committee, we have to be given an ear to ensure that what even happened yesterday about the non-release of some electoral materials to the various electoral areas is a clear example of inadequate release of funds for the conduct of the elections that is expected. So in order to get ourselves ready for the election 2024, it is very important that the goods and services as presented by the EC is adequately provided for the successful conduct of it, because we are all aware that during the election year, a lot of issues can arise out of non-provision of electoral materials to the various electoral areas. And then we also shown concern about the limited registration, and we also proposed that it should not be looked on as a continuous registration, but we should name it new registration to ensure that we have the people who are eligible to register come and register, and especially those who have attained the age of 18 and above. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I'd like to add my voice to the plea that the amount that is required by the EC, which is about 140 million plus, is adequately presented to the Commission to pursue their project successfully. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is for the consideration of the House. Yes, Honorable Kofi Adams.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to make comments in support of the motion ably moved by the majority leader. Mr. Speaker, before I do so, I wish to make some few corrections in the report. Paragraph 40, the caption there is 2023 budget performance of EC as at November 2024. It should be as at November 2023. Then again, Mr. Speaker, page 4, item numbered VI, created Guam and Jasikan constituencies. There is no constituency called Jasikan constituency, it's Buem constituency, B-U-E-M. So that should also be corrected. Mr. Speaker, page 5, table 2, first column, compensation, the variance should be 7 million and not 97 million. So that should also be corrected in the report. Speaker, having done so, I proceed to make few comments on the report and indicate that the just ended district level elections, should I even call it ended because it's still continuing and some will be voting tomorrow, has exposed some weaknesses of the Electoral Commission. And Mr. Speaker, even as we admit their independence and recognizing so Article 46 of the 1992 Constitution, the Electoral Commission will have to engage and listen to civil society, political parties, and experts in their performance of their duties. The decision by this Electoral Commission not to listen to any advice from any contest, Mr. Speaker, has affected their functions, and that explains why we have to have the kind of challenge we had yesterday in the conduct of the district level elections, when these elections, Mr. Speaker, have been postponed on 2 occasions. And so they've had all the time, Mr. Speaker, to prepare for these elections, but we still have these challenges. Some of these challenges will not be accepted during the general elections. Speaker, the Commission also assured us that they will not be creating new constituencies as we prepare towards the 2024 elections or review the boundaries of existing constituencies as we prepare towards the 2024 elections. However, they will have to conduct some limited registration exercises. They still prefer the option of doing only continuous registration, and that in doing so, they want to bring a new CI. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to state that we inform them that the CI 91 has already made provision for continuous registration. What it provided for again is for them to engage with registered political parties and agree with the modalities for conducting the continuous registration. The proposal by EC that only Ghana card, which they themselves admitted, not all Ghanaians who are qualified to register have had access to it and may not have access to it by the time they conduct their limited registration, should not be the way to go, that if you don't have a Ghana card, you cannot be registered. And as far as they are concerned, continuous registration will happen only with Ghana card. The committee thought that that is wrong, and that periodic registration at the electoral area level at least will go a long way to help. Because evidence was abused, Mr. Speaker, that during the recent district level registration that was done, potential voters, Mr. Speaker, were placed in wrong polling stations because the registration was done at the district level and the officers registering did not have a full knowledge of all polling stations in towns where we have more than one polling station existing. So they just placed persons in polling stations that they thought the person should be placed. In some instances, Mr. Speaker, people were placed in different electoral areas. So the election that was conducted yesterday, a voter who presented himself or herself to be registered and wanting to exercise his or her right in a particular electoral area was placed in a different electoral area, and this person did not have the chance to move his or her vote to an electoral area of his or her choice. That is why we keep advising the Electoral Commission that the periodic registration of doing it at the electoral area, which is the basic unit of their elections, is the way to go. You don't register at the district level when your basic unit of conducting elections is at the electoral area. And the other point, Mr. Speaker, that is important for me to also mention is the use of indelible ink, which they were proposing to depart from, and that we have so advanced with the use of biometric verification device such that one could not be verified twice, and therefore there was no need to use indelible ink. Mr. Speaker, yesterday again, voters, not all voters went through successfully with the biometric verification device. Some were manually verified. Myself, I had almost completed 90% of the process. Indeed, I have signed the manual verification form before the BVD device started to function. And so I have to abrogate that process and now go through the verification. Many other voters, Mr. Speaker, went through voting without using the BVD machine. What it means is that these persons were manually verified. If they present themselves to another polling station to vote, because the verification was manual, the BVD device there, if it is functioning, will not capture the information of the earlier vote the person has conducted. And it's so difficult to tell, even if the person went through biometric verification device. The indelible ink on the index finger is what tells everybody, including party agents who are present and other onlookers, that this voter has already voted. So the Electoral Commission must not and should not depart from the known policy of using indelible ink to mark voters who have cast their ballots. They shouldn't tell us that because of the BVD devices, we will not go through such verification. Mr. Speaker, of course, the issue of budget has been spoken by the honorable member who moved the motion and the seconder. It's important that the commission is supported in terms of its budget to be able to conduct its exercise. Yesterday we were told again, because of budgetary allocations and the rest, they went in for some printing houses that do not even have capacity, and some of them, Mr. Speaker, could not deliver the voting material even as they assured the Electoral Commission that they were going to do so. Some ended up printing the ballots in a reverse way. Meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, notice of polls have been sent out there, and once you design a notice of polls, it is the order in which you did a notice of polls that the ballot printing is also done. One is surprised why notice of polls will be done, but then a ballot is prepared with different arrangement of what? Candidates. Mr. Speaker, with these few words of concerns of some inefficiencies that occurred in these district level elections, which should be a kind of a signal to the Electoral Commission that we need to collaborate more with Parliament, with political parties, with civil society groups, to make sure that as we prepare towards the 2024 general elections, we do not have some of these things happening. I support the motion that this House approve the budget allocation of 786,934,764 Ghana cedi as indicated in the motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Let me allow the honorable member for Aswase. Definitely, let's be mindful of time.
Yeah.
I know it's a very critical government agency, but let's be mindful of time because two other members who want to contribute. Yes, please. You may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try very brief.
Mr. Speaker, without reiterating what Honorable Kofi Adams mentioned, Mr. Speaker, I'm just repeating some of the things that he said for emphasis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the situation of the discontinuation of the use of indelible ink on election day, Mr. Speaker, as captured on paragraph 6.4 of the committee's report, Mr. Speaker, this is something that we have to take very seriously. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we all witnessed the disassembly election, and the lack of indelible ink and some of the chaos that it almost created in some of the polling stations is something that all of us should be concerned with. We all know that interest levels at the district assembly election are not as much as when the main election comes. From the Speaker, intermittently you get the device going off and on, and yet, like Adam said, some they have to do manual, and towards the tail end, when they even wanted to verify how many people has the machine recorded, some of the devices could not do it because it went off. And Mr. Speaker, because of the lack of indelible ink, you have people who had not voted being challenged that, oh, I saw you voted already, and now it has to be a banter as to whether a person has voted or not voted. Mr. Speaker, this is district assembly election. And as the saying goes, coming events cast its shadow. If we take this to the main election, Mr. Speaker, we may end up with a situation that we will not be able to manage. And I think that this House should call the Electoral Commission to order to know that these practices that have happened for several years is not for fun. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that I would just want to emphasize is the 6.2, which is the wrongful placement of voters after the registration exercise. Mr. Speaker, I think that this House has been vindicated, even though we don't seem to be making a lot of noise about it. Before, when they brought the CI and we insisted that it was not going to be in the best interest of this country, after the just ended limited registration some few months ago, it clearly shows that those who came forward to register without Ghana card were in real substantial numbers. And in fact, they were in the majority. So this attempt that anytime Electoral Commission is being advised by this House in particular, where all of us or many of us have contested elections severally, probably more than a number of years, many of them have been at the EC head office, they must listen, because the consequences could be very dire for our country. And I'm happy that they are saying that they are going to take steps to ensure that the wrongful placement of people will be correctly done. Mr. Speaker, having said this, I must say lastly that yes, the amount of money that is being approved of about 140 million Ghana cedis to support the activities should be released timelessly. Because, Mr. Speaker, 782 million. They are talking about a shortfall of about 140. Even if this 786 million is released timelessly, I'm sure it's going to help them to be able to carry out their function judiciously and timelessly. So, Speaker, next year is an election year, and there may be many other activities that they have to carry, that they have to be mindful of time, and the timetable should be clearly spelled out for all of us to know. Limited registration, so many other activities. So, Mr. Speaker, we hope that the Electoral Commission will take the comment that this House is making on their estimate seriously to avoid any difficulty come next year when we have election. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to have made these few comments. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Dafimapo. Then after that, the Honorable Member for Bole.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to add my voice to the call that an amount of 786,934,764 Ghana cedis be approved for the Electoral Commission for its activities for 2024. Mr. Speaker, let me do so in highlighting a couple of matters contained in the report. Mr. Speaker, at page 7 of the report, table 5, Electoral Commission intends to recruit and interview election officials. Then they want to maintain residential and office buildings, 17.3 million. Mr. Speaker, under subtotal, there's another expenditure item number 2, Roman number 2, renovation and refurbishment of office and residential accommodation, 15 million. So what is the difference between maintenance of residential and office buildings, which carries a different cost, and renovation and refurbishment of office and residential accommodation, which also carries a different cost? Mr. Speaker, that's 15 million and 17.3 million respectively. Mr. Speaker, at item Roman number 5 in the same table, Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission intends to procure new BVDs. Mr. Speaker, we just procured French BVD machines for the Electoral Commission for the 2020 elections. And we are told that when these machines are used after the elections, they are safely packed into their boxes and kept until another election cycle. So why is the impression being created that we need a new set of BVD machines when there's no indication as to the fate of those that we recently used? Mr. Speaker, that amount, it's about 33.9 million, and that's a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, if you compare what they want to do under upgrade of data center software upgrade and purchase of ICT equipment, and the purchase of BVD equipment, ICT equipment and BVDs, I think that they serve the same purpose. And so we need some clarification on that. Then, Mr. Speaker, in addition to the fact that they want to recruit new staff, the Electoral Commission is also saying that they want to replace exited staff. So I have a bit of confusion there. If there are vacancies, by all means, you have to replace them. But what is the difference between replacement of exited staff and recruitment of new staff? Of course, the person must leave for a vacancy to be created, for a new person to be recruited. So, again, Mr. Speaker, we need some clarifications. Then, the issue of wrongful placement of voters. Mr. Speaker, it was such a major issue yesterday, to the extent that, for instance, in my constituency, persons who were supposed to be in Kpongoni Corporate Police Station were placed in Peki, Jake, 50 kilometers away. And the MP is called upon to facilitate the movement of people, prospective voters, at totally avoidable cost. And it was so replete all over the place. This instance of placing a registered voter in a different electoral area, in a different fiscal zone, it's something that Electoral Commission must avoid going forward. Mr. Speaker, the other matter is that in doing the verification, they've introduced what they call QR code scanning. The machine, they have to use the QR code to pick your information from the voters register in order for you to be verified. And this is technology. The QR code was not scanning. So like the honorable member for Asawasi has said, it generated a lot of trouble, including problems in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, one other issue that is contained in the report is that the Electoral Commission creates the impression as though they are compiling a new voters register. I don't think that is the case. They are not compiling a new voters register. They'll be updating the voters register. So what is this expression of compilation of voters register? They're just updating it with new members who will be registered in 2024. And the amount quoted, it's a lot. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the issue of the non-use of the indelible ink breaches the law. Mr. Speaker, let me refer the House to Article 51 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, with your leave, let me read. The Electoral Commission shall, by constitutional instrument, make regulations for the effective performance. Mr. Speaker, the controlling phrase there is for the effective performance of its functions under the Constitution or any other law, and in particular for the registration of voters, the conduct of public elections and referenda, including provision for voting by proxy. So, Mr. Speaker, you cannot come to Parliament with an instrument where protocols have been clearly outlined in the instrument, and you, by an administrative fiat, decide that you will go according to the protocol. Mr. Speaker, the use of indelible ink is part of the regulations that we put in the instrument for the effective performance of the Electoral Commissioner. So you cannot decide that you will not apply it. Mr. Speaker, it is for good reasons that we use, for instance, transparent ballot boxes. So can she wake up tomorrow and say that by an administrative fiat, I will no longer apply transparent ballot boxes? So she must do things that will make her perform effectively, and not to come up with instruments that will rather detract from the effective performance of their functions. Mr. Speaker, that is the duty and the law. So, Mr. Speaker, with these words, I want to support the call that the amount that I had already mentioned be approved for the effective work of the Electoral Commission for 2024. I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honourable Member for Bola.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for this opportunity to contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, if there's any important motion that we are supposed to discuss today, then it is this motion. It is this motion because we are going into a very crucial elections, and the Electoral Commission will need money to be able to execute this exercise and do it well. Mr. Speaker, we are told that they requested for an amount of 932,033,527 Ghana cedi 63 pesos. That is the amount of money the Electoral Commission is asking for, and that was what they sent to the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, in the report, we are told that the Ministry of Finance has agreed to give them 786,934,764 Ghana cedis. I want to believe that there was consultation to ensure that this amount of money that has been approved, when released, will be able to conduct the 2024 general elections and do it well. Mr. Speaker, we don't want a situation where the Electoral Commission will come and tell us that because Parliament has not, or because they've not been able to get the full budget that they are requesting for, they are unable to do the necessary things to give us a free and fair elections. Mr. Speaker, we are in election, we are going to elections, and we can always sacrifice certain things and ensure that those items that are very, very crucial for this election are taken care of. And so I do agree that when the Ministry of Finance reduce it by asking that maintenance of residential and office buildings should be put somewhere for another time, it's in the right direction. Mr. Speaker, my worry is that as a result of the shortfall
procurement of BVDs will have to also suffer. Mr. Speaker, there is a need to find out from them what will be the impact if they are unable to procure this equipment. What will be the impact on the elections? It's very important. Again, Mr. Speaker, they are saying that publicity will also be sacrificed. To what extent will that be sacrificed? Is it that the total amount of money for publicity, everything is not going to be given to them? Or is it the case that they have slashed it? We need to know. So that when there's no publicity, we are able to say that, yes, indeed, no money was approved for that exercise. Mr. Speaker, it is also important to refer to the issue of registration of new voters. Mr. Speaker, we know that some youth are attaining the age of voting, and so they have to be registered. Is it the case that provision has been made for all the people who are eligible to be registered are able to register? We need to know. Again, a lot has been said about indelible ink and why the EC decided in this just past election not to use it. Mr. Speaker, I was in my constituency yesterday to vote. I'm very interested. 3 old ladies approached me after they had finished voting. And what was the case? They believe that their voting has not been completed. Reason being that this time they didn't put any ink on their fingers. So they were worried. And said, if this is not going to be the case, then there's no need to be coming to vote. Mr. Speaker, these are serious matters. So the likelihood of people not even coming out to vote in the next election because they would have felt that their votes were not considered is there. In any case, how much are we going to lose if we were to use the indelible ink? It is important for us to assure Ghanaians that we are going to have a free and fair and transparent elections. Anything outside this will not be well for the image of this country. Mr. Speaker, let me also talk about the issue of materials getting to election centers very late. Yesterday, we experienced it. I had to do some monitoring, not only in my constituency. I went to Sola constituency to monitor. I drove to Damango to monitor. I went to Central Konya to monitor before flying back to Accra here. And it was common everywhere that some police stations got their materials around 11 o'clock. Now if you get the materials around 11 o'clock and you're supposed to close, let's say 5 o'clock, what happens? Clearly this will affect turnout. And so when we are talking about ensuring that materials get to the police stations early, it is for a good reason. Mr. Speaker, my information is that Electoral Commission approved 5 vehicles across board. 5 vehicles to help distribute the materials across board. Whether your constituency is large, whether it's small, 5 vehicles. If this is true, and if they want to say that it's because they didn't get budgetary allocation for that, then we need to take a second look at this allocation. So that tomorrow, they don't create this problem and come to say that we have not given them enough money to do their work. Mr. Speaker, there was also another very important observation. Throughout the police stations that I attended, the EC had reduced the number of ballot issuers. So you have one person who is supposed to issue the ballot paper for you to go and cast for assembly position, and then come back to the same person so that you issue or she will issue another ballot for you to go and cast for unit committee. Mr. Speaker, why are we doing this to ourselves? And I tell you the chaos and the problems that some of us witnessed yesterday. If we don't take a second look at this and we want to repeat it in the 2024 general election, we may laugh at the wrong size of our maps.
The chaos.
And that is not what we want. And so, Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission should confirm to us whether or not what they approve will give us a transparent, very fair, credible elections. Anything outside this, then there's a need for us to take a second look at this allocation that we want to give to them. Mr. Speaker, with this, I want to end it here and call on the House to approve this money. And if there is a need for us to even add them more, in order that we have a transparent, credible, fair elections, we'll do it. Because this year is going to be an interesting year. Mr. Speaker, God bless you. Honourable members, I thought we had done enough, so I wanted to put the question. Yeah, Deputy Minority Whip.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the question is, how did we get here and where are we now? If you take the report of the Special Budget Committee, Mr. Speaker, your committee engaged the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her technical team to deliberate on their budget. Mr. Speaker, clearly at the budget hearing, you could see the frustration of the Electoral Commission. Madame J. Mensah. And one thing she said that pierced through my heart was that even when Parliament passes the budget, what she goes through before even releases are made is a problem. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, Mr. Speaker, she gave us a very great presentation, meaning she wants to do a good job. But she's being obstructed at the Ministry of Finance. And Mr. Speaker, she wants this House to support her, to make sure that the budget that she needs to be able to organize free, fair and transparent elections in 2024 is giving her. After giving her that budget, we must make sure that even after the passage of the appropriation, this House engages the Electoral Commission on quarterly basis to look at the budget performance and the roadmap towards the organization of the 2024 presidential and parliamentary general elections. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, when the chairperson appeared before us, her budget was cut and she was giving only 1,063,000,000 Ghana cedis. She said it was not enough. The Minister for Finance didn't listen to her. She was giving 1,063,000,000 Ghana cedis. So, Speaker, after organizing the elections, it was a problem about how to pay the election officials their allowances and how to pay for the cost that was left. She had to fall back on the majority leader and the Special Budget Committee to make a special case for her after the organization of the election, before the Minister for Finance had to find 271 million Ghana cedis to be given to her to go and pay those costs. After radio stations, TV stations, the academia and civil society has lambasted the Electoral Commission that you've organized elections and you are not able to pay the officials. So, Speaker, we are going to another election in 2024. And I'm saying, and I'm quoting, and I'm giving the picture and the frustration of our chairperson of the Electoral Commission in terms of her finances. So, Speaker, what is the essence of independence of a constitutional body if the power that is holding the purse is not releasing it? How independent can you be? The power lies with the purse. So if you don't have the power over the purse, your independence is meaningless. And that is why President Nkrumah
the first president of the Republic of Ghana said, political independence is meaningless unless it's linked up with the economic independence. And the economic independence is the best. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, where we find ourselves, we must together support the Electoral Commission to make sure that the shortfall of 140 million is provided for the Electoral Commission to perform her work. Why am I saying this? Mr. Speaker, the Special Budget Committee made only 4 observations. 1, the budget shortfall. 2, wrongful places of voters. 3, discontinuation of indelible ink. And the Speaker, we are together in this. The point of the discontinuation of the indelible ink was raised by the majority leader himself. And he had a serious concern that if you don't use proper indelible ink, you are going to lead, it is going to lead into some kind of unwanted chaos that you did not intend to. And therefore, we must make sure that we are able to procure a proper lasting indelible ink for voters to go through and cast their voters well. Mr. Speaker, it was said just 2 days to the organization of the district level elections. And that is why when we said it, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission said, yes, she had taken it in good note, but it was too late. So I know, after adopting this report and approving their budget, when we are going to 2024 general elections, that provision will be catered for. But Mr. Speaker, my attention has just been drawn to the law, Regulation C-127, where this house,
33C.
Yeah, 33C. Yeah, Public Election Regulation 2020, 33C. The Speaker, no, I have a lot of points to say. The Speaker, I listened to Professor Kwakwaza very well yesterday, that we must consider the way we pass regulations in this house. And somebody comes under Article 11.7 and says that I'm an independent constitutional body and I'm coming to make this regulation. 11.7 says once you lay it after 21 sitting days, it becomes law. With that, civil society, parliament, legal luminaries, practitioners, industrial players able to make their input into them. Now we must consider it. We are here fighting Electoral Commission that why are you discontinuing the use of indelible ink? But you were here, you came to pass a law. The chairman of the committee, the majority leader himself, he laid it and passed it and said the Electoral Commission should use indelible ink. Meanwhile, you passed the law that he shouldn't use it. So Mr. Speaker, you see where we found ourselves. So when you are coming to lay a regulation or a constitutional instrument and we are making a good case, listen to us. Listen to us. The Speaker, even the constitutional instrument to make disenfranchise those who don't have the Ghana card. The Speaker, that the Electoral Commission is independent. She looked into our face and said, I'm bringing it back. That in 2024, she's bringing it back. And that she knows that Ghanaians who do not have the Ghana card is by choice. That one too, she said, she told us, that is by choice. The Speaker, we follow up to go and look.
Yeah, by law.
Yes. To go and look at the National Identification Authority card, their budget. The Speaker, their budget, they are also crying. Meanwhile, your election is time-bound, and you are predicating the success of your elections activities on the Ghana card people, the National Identification Authority card people. They are also saying that their budget has been woefully undercut. They are only giving 165 million Ghana cedis, so they may not be able to do for everybody. And you are saying without that, Ghanaians will not be given the chance to go and register and vote. We ask her, what is your interest? And why do you want to find yourself into such turbulent place? So, Mr. Speaker, once again, we want to re-emphasize that the 275 MPs in this house, Mr. Speaker, my good self, have contested every presidential and parliamentary elections since 2004. But Mr. Speaker, your good self and the majority leader, you have contested every election since 1992. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the House has contested every election since 1996. So they may not be lawyers or commissioners, but when it comes to electoral issues, Mr. Speaker, you are gurus. You have no equal. So if somebody is just bringing a law that I'm now the chairperson, I'm coming to make this law, Mr. Speaker, they must listen to us. This thing was just Friday. We said, one, if you don't use the indelible ink, we are going to run into crisis. The Speaker, she didn't listen. We are in crisis. But I'm not surprised. Anytime a party is about to go into opposition, they organize the district level election in talks. The Speaker, the leader knows that in 2014, this same thing that you are practicing now, we practice it first. And we were here and we came here. So now you are past the middle. You are almost here. Mr. Speaker, the electoral commission also said she was going to close polls by 3 p.m. We said it is not doable. The Speaker, now she is using 48 hours instead of 8 hours. She was telling us she couldn't use yesterday to organize the district level election. So she's adding another day. 24. She's using 42 days. 2 days means 48 hours to organize district level elections. And you were complaining that from 7 to 5 was too much. And therefore you could not use 10 hours. You are going to use 8 hours. Now you've added 2 days. You couldn't use 1 day. So Mr. Speaker, what is the sense in it? And the dangerous thing is, Mr. Speaker, I'm a politician. Imagine Ghana going to the general elections and NDC is leading. Then the electoral commission comes to say that tomorrow Ashanti region and Eastern region are going to vote. Now, Speaker, how will you exercise patience and restraint, and how will you control yourself in this? These are critical things that must come to everybody's attention. We must protect the peace of this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that takes me back to the non-release and the non-budgeted 140 million Ghana cedis that she needs. What is he going to use it for? Mr. Speaker, she is going to use part of the 140 million to buy biometric verification devices. She knew as of yesterday that those machines were not functioning. And she said she has budgeted to buy some new ones so that she can organize the 2024 general elections. But Mr. Speaker, yesterday, I was in the queue. A voter put her hand on the device. For 10 times, it could not go through. Then we told the presiding member, use the facial verification. Then she told us that the instruction is that she has to use the testing for about 30 times. If after 30 times it fails, then she will come to the facial recognition. So, Speaker, assuming there is a long queue, people are going to vote. Who will get the opportunity to stand on the queue, waiting for somebody to be tried for 30 times? Is it not a delay tactics? No, Speaker, I think the call for the 140 million Ghana cedis by the electoral commission to go and buy the biometric verification devices is in the right direction. And this house, together, must team up to impress upon the Minister for Finance to release these 140 million cedis to her. We must not deprive her of her budget. Then later, when the election doesn't go well, then we will turn up and be blaming her. The Speaker, we will not agree. The Speaker, I could see just said that I should end. It is the duty of we on this side. And that's why you see that most of the contributors on the electoral commission budget are in the minority. we must speak for the Electoral Commission. Now, people have concerns. When she was going to do continuous registration and we objected to it, she went about and did it. Members on this side had to use our own money to transport people to the district offices to come and register, only to place them in wrong electoral areas. Were we being punished? And if this is how democracy were to be practiced, I think the IEA, Institute of Economic Affairs, would have condemned it seriously. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, the Electoral Commission says she's going to use part of the money to construct a warehouse and to maintain residential accommodations and office accommodations. I heard a colleague speaking to that. Mr. Speaker, we put the question before her. The response was this, that it is not always good to put the election materials in their yard. They would prefer to have a warehouse where all those items will be put under lock. Mr. Speaker, I think it's a worthy call. We must support her to do that. Then finally, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the accommodation, Mr. Speaker, how is it that when you go to the district assembly, the DCE has official accommodation, the planning officer has official accommodation, DFO has official accommodation, heads of department, even some junior officers have official accommodation. The district electoral officer is living in rented premises. Mr. Speaker, the day your landlord will contest elections and he loses, and you, the Electoral Commission, you are residing in his house, after declaring the results, where will you go? Where will you go? This is a critical thing that must be considered. And Mr. Speaker, we have only 268 district electoral officers. We must plan and program that we are able to construct houses for them. There are only 268. And it must be the responsibility of every district assembly to construct a residential accommodation for every district electoral officer. They cannot be living in rented premises. When their landlord loses elections, then it becomes a problem where they are going to sleep. Then, Mr. Speaker, the last one was on fuel. Their fuel allocation has been downsized. And that's why they cannot move to do proper monitoring. In all this, you've taken the Electoral Commission through this. Yesterday we were voting. Instead of you giving the money to the Electoral Commission to do their work, Mr. Speaker, give Electoral Commission money to do publicity. You have deprived them. We are going to do this level election. Then you go and procure weedicides, Wellington boot, fertilizers, machetes. Instead of being house to house with a statement of this with ballot papers, Mr. Speaker, voters will be there. Oh, take a machete, take Wellington boot, take weedicides. For what? Is that where our democracy has come to? And those items were sent to every regional coordinating council to be given to every district chief executive. And the district chief executive gave them to prospective district assemblymen. And they were campaigning with machetes, campaigning with weedicides, campaigning with Wilton booths, campaigning with fertilizers. For what? How did we get here? And where are we going? Where are we going? Because these are authentic materials you gave to them, and the records can be traced to every district coordinating council. I'm not lying. I will never lie. Go there. If you know it is not good, don't do it. You've done it. We are voting, and you are sharing. We decide. Now, Speaker, planting for food and job. Do we do it in December? Why did you keep all those materials in the farming season? We are in the harmattan, the dry season. You are now giving fertilizer for what? Wellington boot for what? Machete for what? If you don't have cutlass, can't you vote? No, Speaker. And Ghanaians are wide awake upon sharing all those things that, Speaker, those who were sharing lost. Because the voters saw this as an indictment on their sense of judgment. So they voted against them. They voted against them massively. I didn't get Cont to share. That's why I'm talking. Yes. Opposition, you don't have things
things to say. You only talk. So we are talking.
I thought you said you were summarizing, and then I can put the question.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I have been widely empowered by Honorable Erikopoku that the CI that was passed, the Electoral Commission engaged in illegality yesterday for not applying the indelible ink because it is in the law. The law that the leader of the House laid on this floor, CI 127, that the Electoral Commission shall apply a permanent indelible ink.
Permanent mark.
Yes, in the conduct of. But leader, is the only law that is still functioning. So long as you have not repealed it, leader, she engaged in illegality. And, Mr. Speaker, you have enjoyed me a lot. And my leader has enjoyed my submission. And I know she's going to support us, to support the Electoral Commission. And leader, we concluded what we didn't write here is that next year in the first quarter, this House must engage the Electoral Commission because, Mr. Speaker, Inter-Party Advisory Committee is not functioning well. So if you don't meet the politicians there, you must meet them here so that you get all of us our input. And I strongly suggest that the Electoral Commission must reactivate the Inter-Party Advisory Committee as well as engaging the Special Budget Committee and the members of this House on quarterly basis so that we were able to build consensus going into 2024. Mr. Speaker, already the Electoral Commission is suffering credibility crisis because of the appointment of Dr. Appiah, who was the MPP regional electoral officer in the Borno region. So it is necessary we iron out all those things. The diplomatic committee, when they met the Electoral Commission, they questioned her. And she said she had no idea, but Mr. Appiah has been appointed. So how do we cure this integrity and credibility crisis? With this US, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion.
Yes, Majority Chief Whip.
Speaker, let me write to speak in support of the motion. And the Speaker said that at the point I realized my colleague was running out of breath. And so it's good you ended at the right time. You were running out of breath. Anyway, you've been very emotional about the issues. But Speaker, it's important we don't mix up the issues. Critical points he raised, which is the funding. And on any day I will speak in support of we advocating for Minister of Finance to release enough funding for the function of the EC. So that one, and I think is the crux of the matter. We've been in this house for some time, even though you've been in this house longer than me. The leader has shown many occasions. It has always been the case. Speaker, I'm not justifying what is happening, but many occasions it's been like this. And then the Special Budget Committee, led by the leadership, the leader of the House, even when we were in opposition, met the Electoral Commission to discuss and to engage with finance to ensure that we get the funding, the necessary oxygen to prosecute public business. So let's not create the impression as if this is one-off. Even though I agree with you that we should push for the funding. And again, Speaker, I want to plead with my colleagues. Let's tread cautiously. Otherwise, we demonize this institution. Are we saying the Electoral Commission is not doing anything good? Of course, there are some things that have been done very well. For instance, even in the face of this limited funding, arguably, the limited registration exercise has been good. With all the challenges, it's been good. So let's not just wave a red flag and say that all is negative. No, that I won't agree with you, Nabo Ahmed. So let's be a bit cautious. We call for the funding, the early, not just the funding, also the early release of the funding. That is important. But the tangent you were going, it was becoming too much. For instance, the IPAC matter you are relating to. IPAC. Nobody asked you to stay away from IPAC. Your party stayed away from IPAC. There was a decision by you to stay away from. Probably if you had been part of IPAC, many of the issues have been dealt with at IPAC. So I will encourage you and urge you, speak to your party chairman, speak to your party general secretary. They shouldn't stay away from IPAC engagement. You cannot at one breath be calling for engagement and then at another breath you stay away and boycott IPAC. That is not good enough. Go to IPAC, face the reality, talk to the duty bearers and let them know that things that are not going wrong could be corrected as a team. Speaker, that is probably you are not making a good point. Respect. Make a good point and logic and reason will have its way. Speaker, on regulations, I think in this house, the laying of regulations, we have our constitution and the standing orders is clear. So it's not like the Electoral Commission is reinventing the wheel or doing anything untoward. Yes, that one, so it's a non-starter. Let's leave it as it is. Speaker, so if it is a question of funding, we are fully with you. Let me borrow into what happened with the NIA. When we came together, a lot of wise direction from our leader, the leader of government business, we were able to deal with the challenge that was confronting the NIA. As we speak, at least a lot of the areas have been dealt with. Release of funding and also even the release of the cards. So sometimes it's just a question of engagement. And we as a college also have a mandate. You don't wait until the matter comes on the House floor and then you start getting emotional about it. What were you doing? What is the special budget which is made up of both sides of the House? What have you been doing all this while? We shouldn't wait when it's getting close to election and then we start creating a drama and talking as if the Electoral Commission has an ulterior motive. No. This is work in progress. And the Special Budget Committee should be seen to be working, not only when we are going for elections. And I think if we are able to do that, we'll be able to deal with all these challenges. But I agree with you that all of us should speak in unison, that the funding, not just the commensurate amount, also the timeous release of the funding for the prosecution of the public service of the Electoral Commission. Now, don't be deceived. The comment you made that if you are coming to lose election, you run the district election in thought. Who deceived you that the district election is run by the MPP government? You see your mind. You see his mind. Everything is Baumia, and I know you are thinking it is Baumia who conducted the election. The election was conducted by law by a public institution, which is the Electoral Commission of Ghana. It is not the MPP. The district assembly election was the MPP that conducted it. So why are you blaming the MPP? Why are you blaming the MPP? Let's talk man to man and deal with the issue and stop blaming. You see, it is all because of your fear of Dr. Baumia. Anything under the sun related to Dr. Baumia. Why? If the EC is not performing, what has it got to do with Dr. Baumia? Speaker, so we support you and we will ensure that we get the funding. But I can assure you that the only way we can all get out of this challenge is when we work together. When the ranking member of the Special Budget Committee also works effectively, and not Honorable Ahmed waiting until last hour, then you start doing drama on the floor. Yes, your constituents will be happy, but you are not doing effective oversight. You are not doing effective oversight. Realize that it is work in progress and start from day one. And let's all advocate strongly that the necessary oxygen, which is the funding, is released timeously to the Electoral Commission. So with these words, I support the motion and encourage members to support the passage of this motion.
Honourable members, there are still two members. Majority Leader, I can see one here.
Mr. Speaker, so many people have spoken from that side. Let me wind up and then we move on. With respect,
Majority Leader, I cannot recognize you until you are on your feet. So I was looking at both sides, and they were on their feet. There was nobody here.
Mr. Speaker, I rose up and Ahmed did.
Yes,
That you know.
that one I recognize. No, I know as leader, I will give you space. But I'm saying you can't compare the numbers because earlier on, there were people on their feet here. There was nobody here, so I couldn't call any person. But you, I'll give you space. I'm only saying ABA is on his feet now. Do I call him before I come to you?
Mr. Speaker, I know he has a sack full of proverbs to give us. Can we move to the other one? And then you'll be liberated to give us the proverbs. As far as those others are concerned, I believe I have his understanding in this. Mr. Speaker, but very important matters have been raised, which I thought should really concern or attract the attention of this House. The first one relates to the releases of the finances of the Commission. Mr. Speaker, I was just looking at the Constitution, and I think that the time has come for us to really fight for the financial autonomy of the Commission. Just looking at the construct of the provision for the Electoral Commission. Mr. Speaker, you look at the Auditor General in Article 1877. It doesn't talk about financial autonomy, but we have gone ahead to grant the Auditor General, the Audit Service, and indeed the Auditor General financial autonomy. Parliament is not captured. We have fought for it. We have secured it. So now I think that we should do same for the Electoral Commission. We should do same for the Electoral Commission, because unless and until we do that, every year we'll be struggling to have this. I remember Dr. Afrejan's time when the former member for Tafo was the Minister of State. I could say they came banging on our doors because it was in the lead up to the elections. And in the words of Dr. Afrejan, they had been shortchanged. And we had to struggle to secure that for them. It's just like now. So I believe we can, Mr. Speaker, if we are so purposed and stand together, cause some financial autonomy to be granted to the Electoral Commission, and avoid the situation where we find ourselves and become complaining that unless and until they have the additional 140 million, it's going to be difficult for them to organize this election. Mr. Speaker, the amount involved and what is going to be committed to, that is in particular for the upgrade of their data center, is pivotal. The integrity of the data center is pivotal to the conduct of a successful election. It's important that we have, and they require about 28.2 million. The other matter has to do with the procurement of BBDs. And a colleague was saying that they recently procured a set of BBDs for 2020. Yes, certainly. One, we are expanding the polling stations. We are creating additional polling stations, so they require more BBDs. And two, certainly some of them have become malfunctional. Don't forget, they carried forward some of the BVDs that they used in 2016. So they require to have a replacement of those of them, and in the creation of the new polling stations, they require new ones. So, Mr. Speaker, it is the reason why the committee is standing together and has come to the conclusion that they need to have the additional 140 million. The Speaker, the issue of the indelible ink has been overflowed. I'm not going to talk about it again. And the Honorable Kofi Adams has related to a practical situation which did not even occur to me when I was making the strong advocacy at the committee level, that some people got manually verified. And indeed, if we're not too sure of the synchronization of the database nationally, if that is the case, Mr. Speaker, and a person who goes to vote does not submit to the biometric verification, and moves to another station, where he has to also be verified manually, it may be a recipe for double voting or multiple voting. So it's important that we complement it with the indelible ink. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, so many people have spoken to the issue, and I don't think the evidence of voting should be reduced to hearsay. One of the evidence should be your fingertip, which you might have dipped into the indelible ink. It should not rest on hearsay. Indelible ink and your fingertip should be a visible indication that you have gone to vote. Mr. Speaker, again, the voting, the attempt to reduce voting time from 5 p.m. to 3. Again, we should interrogate it. I believe that the Electoral Commission is too early to do that. Yesterday, when I went to vote, the materials have not been assembled yet. Even though I got there at 8:15, I had to stay until 9:20 to start voting. Already 2 hours wasted. And if you have to bring forward the conclusion from 5 to 3, then the voters would have lost about 4 hours. And to say that we should bring it forward to 3 because, as they said, about 70% of people would have voted by 3. Even if we go by their own statement, what of the 30% who might not have voted at 3? So let's still stick to the 5 p.m. Close of voting. Mr. Speaker, the other matter, which is a statement that was made that the Electoral Commission has decided not to listen to any advice. That should not be said on this floor. The Electoral Commission has not made any such statement. We should speak to facts. The fact that we have freedom of speech here doesn't mean that you may make attributions to people when you yourself know, or you have cause to know that the statement you are making is untrue. And lately, we have a creeping in of such statements that are made on this floor. Mr. Speaker, it should not be acceptable that people just rise up and making attributions to people or bodies when they have cause to know that what they are saying is untrue. Mr. Speaker, the other matter relating to the CI that they submitted, and people are saying that it may even perhaps amount to a breach of their own instrument. The instrument was for the conduct of the 2020 elections, general and presidential elections. So let's not mix it up with what is supposed to happen at this time. Let the EC come with the proper instruments, and I guess the House would endorse them. And one other colleague who spoke was mixing up the acts with the regulations. The two are different. The two are different. So I think we've heard members speak. Fortunately, we agree on the issues that have been raised. That is the application of the indelible ink, the timeous printing and distribution of ballots. What didn't happen this time? And they were blaming the printers. It cannot be an excuse in the conduct of the general and presidential elections next year. So the EC should learn useful lessons from what has happened yesterday and today. And maybe to remind the deputy minority whip. After just time, what you spoke about top conduct of assembly elections, they spanned 2 weeks. Don't forget, you are relating to 48 hours, which is not good anyway. But top assembly elections, they spanned 2 weeks. So that were not even 48 hours. 14 days times 24 hours. The two are not, but that's not to say that we should justify what has happened. It is never to justify what has happened. But Mr. Speaker, as I'm saying, we agree on the issues that have been raised. We've raised them at the committee level. We've brought them here for emphasis that the EC should learn useful lessons to improve the system going forward. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Honourable members, and I proceed. ABA.
Right Honourable Speaker,
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker, if you see somebody sitting on the truth and looking for it, is engaged in an act of unmitigated deception. Mr. Speaker, on this matter of the Electoral Commission's decision not to comply with the use of the indelible ink, is a flagrant violation of law. And Mr. Speaker, the Electoral Commission and the chairperson of the commission does not have a right to impose a discretion over law. I am quoting here, Mr. Speaker, specifically the Public Elections Regulations 2020 CI 127, Section 33(2)(c). Mr. Speaker, and I quote with your permission. C. A mark which shall so far as possible be permanent and shall be made on the voter. 2C, Mr. Speaker, this is what the regulation says, that a mark which shall as far as possible be permanent shall be made on the voter. That is the using the operating word, Mr. Speaker, shall. So it is not at the discretion of the Electoral Commission or any official of the Electoral Commission to assume a discretion and go ahead to put aside the law and do whatever they like. Mr. Speaker, since this House has a bounden duty to protect the laws that have been passed by this House, we have to call the chairperson and the Electoral Commission to order on this layer. And Mr. Speaker, strangely enough, even they have even budgeted for this, which they are now running away from.
Yes.
So who are they greeting? Are they Saki the ninth is greeting good evening? You are running away from indelible ink and you are budgeting for indelible ink. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make an appeal to you through you to this House to call the Electoral Commission and the Commissioner to order. She has no right to do what she's doing. She's flagrantly violating the law. I must be called to order. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
I put the question. Those in favor of motion number 20 at page 13 of the order paper say aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it. Honorable members, this House has accordingly approved the sum of 786,934,764 Ghana cedis for the services of the Electoral Commission for the year ending 31st December 2024. Which other item is ready?
Speaker, page.
Honorable members, I recall that members raised the issue of a shortfall which was requested by the Electoral Commission, a shortfall of 140,722,023.63 Ghana cedis. I can only direct that the Minister of Finance should take this on board and source the appropriate funding to make sure that this is captured as part of the budget of the Electoral Commission. Again, I accept the request of the Special Budget Committee to engage the Electoral Commission on quarterly basis to monitor the releases from the Ministry of Finance to the Electoral Commission to enable the Commission perform its duties Next year, 2024, is a critical year for the country, and we should empower the Electoral Commission sufficiently to be able to perform its duties. And so please, the Special Budget Committee, you are hereby directed that every quarter engage the Electoral Commission. And if there is any need for the intervention of the Speaker, please kindly let me know. With this, we move on to the next item. Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, item 16 on page 12. Page 12, item 16.
Honorable members, item 16, page 12 of the order paper, motion to be moved by the Minister for Communications and Digitalization.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,237,216,612 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move.
Motion moved. Any seconder? Yes, please.
Speaker, I rise to second the motion that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,237,216,612 for the services of the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I proceed to ask the Hansa Department to capture the report in its entirety as having been read. However, on page 14 of 16, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Transport was wrongly referred to as Minister of Aviation. I entreat them to make that correction on the report. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communication has undertaken a number of activities, and it's worth mentioning. And that, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the Ministry has embarked on girls in ICT training and has trained over 3,300 teachers in ICT in 3 regions. In 2024, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry has set to do same in Ashanti region, Volta region, and in Greater Accra region. What is worrying, however, Mr. Speaker, is the lack of funding for this all-important engagement of the Ministry. If you look at the number of regions we have in this country, the number of girls that this program impacts, and the slow pace the Ministry is moving as a result of funding. Mr. Speaker, I had the opportunity to accompany the Minister to Kuforidia in the Eastern region, and the impact of these girls in ICT program. I want to recommend and ask the House to join me in speaking to the Ministry of Finance, or the Ministry for that matter, to find a dedicated fund for girls in ICT training, so that many more girls, especially in the rural Ghana, will be benefiting from this program. Mr. Speaker, this is very dear to my heart because the impact of the girls in ICT program, if you have ever witnessed the impact, you will call for such a fund to support the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. Mr. Speaker, the committee met with agencies and the Ministry, and a number of issues came before the committee. Mr. Speaker, topical was the rural telephony program. You realize that for the first time, the program had some setback due to funding. But in this year, Mr. Speaker, 290,753,009 cedis have been allocated to the Ministry for the rural telephony program. And this program is so dear to this country, and I want to entreat that there's a difference between allocation of resource and actual releases of resource. I want to say the Ministry of Finance is here represented, or this House should make it firm that this program has delayed, and I think that the allocation that has made for the Ministry of Communication, we should ensure
that the full releases are made to the ministry to ensure that they get a full support. To the extent that some works have been done and payment has not been made, and the committee had to engage and plead with NCA to support GIFEC to be able to fully implement this program. Mr. Speaker, there's been many allocations of resource to agencies and departments of government, but at the end of the day, actual releases, what we approve here as government allocation of funding to agencies, are not released, and this should be a source of worry to all of us to ensure that the work of this country is carried out very well. Mr. Speaker, another thing I want to bring to the attention of this House is about GMET. When the committee met with Ghana Meteorological Services, what came out was that you see the goods and services allocation of the agency gone up so much that committee members were worried, because if you compare that to 2023, you see an astronomical increase in the allocation, and the committee inquired why this astronomical increase of funding from 29 million to 54, and it turned out that they had factored in an IGF allocation from Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, airport company, some tax element that they are supposed to pay to GMET. Mr. Speaker, the GMET Act amended in 2019 made provision for GMET to receive 10% of all landing charges and 10% of overflight charges collected by the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, as well as 5% of airport tax collected by the Ghana Airport Company Limited. Mr. Speaker, GMET indicated, however, that since the coming into force of the Act in 2019, it has been very difficult getting the two agencies to comply. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to report that at least Ghana Civil Aviation Authority has made do of their promise, but the Ghana Airport Company, as we speak, the Ghana Airport Company has not made a full commitment to the implementation of this piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, we have called on the Minister for Transport to liaise with the Minister for Communication and ensure that they give meaning to the Act of Parliament that enjoins them to make full payment to the agency. Mr. Speaker, last thing I want to talk about is about the Cyber Security Authority and its full implementation. Mr. Speaker, the Cyber Security Authority had embarked on a contract to build an office fit for purpose for the operationalization of the Cyber Security Act. Mr. Speaker, in this country today, we are talking of digitalization, the threat of cyber security and ICT related issues. It all sits with Cyber Security Authority, and of course, it has huge national security implications. We've set to build an ultra-modern office that cost $58 million. Mr. Speaker, that project took off and government commitment had only been $12 million. Has been only $12 million. The rest is outstanding and the project has stalled. Contractors have even worked and said IPCs have been raised, they haven't been paid. Mr. Speaker, we want to say that this is very important to the development of our country, and we urge the Ministry of Finance to ensure that they release funding for the completion of the building. Mr. Speaker, in view of all this, I want to recommend that this house mentioned above for the operations of the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable A.B.A. Hussein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to contribute to the debate and to policy, Mr. Speaker. Without any iota of doubt, the flagship project for the ministry remains the rural telephony, as has been indicated. But sad to relate, Mr. Speaker, of the total 2,016 sites that are supposed to be built across the country, only 1,000 have been built so far. And of the even 1,010, only about 540 are operational and commissioned. 470 of the remainder, Mr. Speaker, still remains uncompleted and therefore not capable of being used. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, 1,006 have not been touched at all. And what is the source of the issue, Mr. Speaker? It's about funding. It's sad to relate that, Mr. Speaker, even for those who worked and invested their monies in the building of the numbers of cell sites that I've spoken about, Mr. Speaker, they have not been paid since July last year. Since July last year. So the 17 months that was talked about here, from the last 18, the 17 months are in multiples. This one is even 18 or 19 months. Mr. Speaker, there's also, if you want to compute the total that the ministry owes for most contractors for towers, site construction, equipment installation, and management services, Mr. Speaker, is 16,443,438 euros. Converted at the current rate, Mr. Speaker, this gives you about 238.4 million Ghana cedis. This is what is just owed to contractors, Mr. Speaker. And so, if you come to even consider the amount owed, the amount needed for the completion of the project, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about 25,201,258 converted at the current conservative rate of 14.5, Mr. Speaker, will give you 365.4 million Ghana cedis. So, Mr. Speaker, this is the huge quantum of resources that is needed, and so far, not a PESWA is available for their realization. Mr. Speaker, I will come over to the issue of NITA, that is the National Information Technology Agency, which is engaged in a very important exercise of equipping state and entities as well as private entities with up-to-date ICT infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, NITA itself today also owes, in fact, before the committee, they hadn't even finished giving that the total figure, but what came out was that they owe about 24 million euros. Mr. Speaker, if you convert it now, also, we are talking about closer to 300 million Ghana cedis today. So currently, it is impeding their ability to implement the smart workplace program that they are engaged in. And this has to be seriously looked. Mr. Speaker, not only that, but they have the capacity to generate more. Unfortunately, there is the obnoxious capping of their IGF to the point that almost 66% of it is taken back to the Ministry of Finance. And so it is time for some of these entities to be given some other higher levels of retention, or they'll be given complete exemption from being capped, so that they can use those resources to fulfill some of their boundary obligations. Mr. Speaker, if you come to the Cyber Security Authority, this House passed the Cyber Security Law in full recognition of the fact that we are in an era where it is very dangerous that nations can be shut down as a result of criminals who are tampering with the cyber spaces in different countries. And so it is important, and Mr. Speaker, not even the most advanced countries are immune from this attack. Not too long ago, even the US, about 6 states had their oil industry shut down as a result of cyber criminal activities. And so on the passage of the Cyber Security Act by this House, Mr. Speaker, we made provision, this House asked that a seed money should be made available to the Cyber Authority, including the provision of a $50 million fund for them to do their raison project. Mr. Speaker, as we speak now, not a single PESWA has been given. In fact, the Cyber Security Authority is bedeviled with so many projects that, Mr. Speaker, even the Director General of the Cyber Security Authority doesn't even have a single car. In fact, he doesn't even have an Aboboya to take him to office. He doesn't have a car. The staff don't have a car. They are skeleton staff. They have written to the Finance Ministry for clearance to employ more people. Mr. Speaker, all of them are in limbo. And so it is a very difficult enterprise And we are calling on the Finance Ministry to make available the requisite level of resources for the Cybersecurity Authority so that it can operate. Mr. Speaker, GNet has the capacity to raise more, but as has been indicated, they previously had two problems with the Ghana Airports company. Fortunately, through the intervention of the ministry, some progress has been made in that direction. But the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority is still adamant, still recalcitrant in making available monies that are owed to the Ghana Metropolitan GMET for them to be able to carry out their programs. Mr. Speaker, I'll say this and then take my seat. The Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Authority, Commission, Mr. Speaker, has shown some initiative and drive in trying to raise more revenue. But Mr. Speaker, the same capping issue that we have talked about deprives them of revenue. Mr. Speaker, this is a commission that has no office. They are perching from building to building, and this is at the mercy of landlords. And Mr. Speaker, you agree with me that in the middle of a whirlwind, you first look for the safety of your head. This is a body that doesn't have a secure accommodation and have to move from place to place to look for accommodation. They have resources that they can generate that can enable them start something on their offices, but these monies are cut again and taken back to the Ministry of Finance. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the general picture that we are getting in some of these institutions under the ministry, that it should be possible first and foremost for some of these capping policies to be reviewed and for resources to be made available to them from the Finance Ministry, especially their capex. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity and to call for the approval of the estimates of the ministry.
Yes, Honorable George Sam.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, I rise to contribute to the report of your committee on the estimates for the Ministry of Communications and Digitalizations. Let me just, because this is a house of records, correct something that was said by the Vice Chairman relative to GMET, Ghana Meteorological, where he said that the Ghana Airport Company was failing to pay. It's actually the reverse. The Ghana Airport Company and Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, based on the law passed by this House, have to remit Ghana Airport Company 5% to GMET and Ghana Civil Aviation 10% on airport landing taxes and another 10% on overflight charges, so 20%. And both entities had failed to do that remittance. The Ghana Airport Company blamed their inability on the capping of their revenue by the Finance Minister when he collateralized revenues on Terminal 3. But with the intervention of the Minister, Ghana Airport Company, and the Minister wrote to IATA, and IATA saw the law and directed that those monies should be paid. Ghana Airport Company has started paying their 5%, but the Ghana Civil Aviation Authority is not paying the two tranches of 10% to GMET. It's a violation of a law passed by this House. And I think it's important that the Minister for Transport directs the head of that agency under him to comply with the law from this House. Mr. Speaker, let me state my gratitude personally to you and that of the Committee of Parliament, and I believe by extension the Ministry, for your letter to the Finance Minister on the importance of the rural telephony project, because we are aware that you wrote on a number of projects, including the rural telephony and its importance, to the Finance Minister. And maybe that is the reason why we see for the first time allocation of about 290 million Ghana cedis to the rural telephony project. However, Mr. Speaker, we would want to monitor and police this allocation judiciously. Reason being, 2 years ago, the same Finance Minister came to this House and told us that he had ring-fenced 50 million for the Cybersecurity Authority under Obatampa Ghana Cares project. Mr. Speaker, he did not release one ESWA out of the 50 million. But this year, this coming fiscal year, we would insist that the 290 million is released and disbursed, because, Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament whose constituencies border our neighboring countries, be it Ivory Coast or Burkina Faso or Togo, Mr. Speaker, live in this country but most times are subjected to roaming charges when they make phone calls to their family members because of poor network in those communities, and they having to depend on Togo Cell or Burkina Cell or Ivorian telecom companies. And that's why the Rural Telephony Project would bring better quality of service to these communities in border towns, and the need for us to have those projects running. Mr. Speaker, in fact, it came as a shock to us that the material, the equipment for the Rural Telephony Project have been sitting in warehouses here in Ghana for 3 years. In fact, the warranty on the equipment is 3 years, and the warranty ran out in August of this year. Yet we have not deployed the equipment, simply because there has not been resources. And so your committee engaged the NCA to see how well, under the direction of the minister, they could collaborate with GIFEC to expedite the implementation of the project whilst we await the release of 290 million from the consolidated fund through the finance minister. Mr. Speaker, on cyber security, we are told that the vice president and flag bearer of the NPP is the king of digitalization, even though we have a minister for digitalization. And everything in this country, we are told, Dr. Bawumia has done it. But, Mr. Speaker, the reality is you cannot have digitalization and not think about the cyber security implications of digitalization. Because the more you ask your citizens to go online, the more susceptible they are to attacks. People who hitherto had all their financial details in an analog form and today are transacting business using Momo or having to do any transaction online have their entire financial details online. And so how do we protect our citizens? The Cyber Security Authority. That is why this House, Mr. Speaker, in 2020 passed the Cyber Security Authority Act. Yet, Mr. Speaker, the operationalization of the Cyber Security Authority has been put on the back burner. Like I earlier stated, the Minister for Finance, and I see his deputy, Honorable Abina Asari, in this House, must communicate to the Minister the displeasure of your committee at his lackadaisical approach to approvals and releases to the Cybersecurity Authority. Mr. Speaker, in fact, at a point in time, we realized that he had given financial clearance for 100 staff of the Cybersecurity Authority, but did not release funding for their payments. It had to take the intervention again of the minister to secure 10.6 million Ghana cedis in this year's budget for staff of the Cybersecurity Authority. So the government must begin to put its money where its mouth is. You can't be talking digitalization and starving the Cybersecurity Authority of funds. And we demand that we see government provide the funding for the Cybersecurity Authority. Mr. Speaker, before I end, and the last point I'll make will be on the Smart Workplaces initiative. And Mr. Speaker, we must as a country come to a place where we begin to invest in our own capabilities. The Smart Workplaces solution is something that government had started piloting and expanded during the COVID era, under the auspices of the National IT Agency, NITA. However, Mr. Speaker, it came to me as a source of worry that NITA is complaining that we owe Microsoft license fees because we are using the Microsoft Office suite and email exchange for the Smart Workplaces. Mr. Speaker, the government of Ghana is paying $8 million, $8 million American dollars every year to Microsoft for licensing. And Mr. Speaker, once we pay it, once the year ends, that money is gone. But Mr. Speaker, another agency under the ministry, Ghana India Kofi Annan Center of ICT Excellence, has developed a local open source platform called Nyansapo OS, which is an operating system. And Mr. Speaker, as part of their operating system, the Nyansapo OS has an office suite. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Education has visited Ghana Kofi Annan ICT Center to find out if they could use their EduNOS platform for schools in Ghana. That is how robust that platform is. Mr. Speaker, if we were using that platform, this recurrent 8 million, which even if we look at the lifespan of this current MPP administration, would be 8 by 7. That's about 56 million. 56 million dollars, US dollars, that have been paid to Microsoft. Even if we had decided to invest $10 million in streaming our Nyansapo OS platform, Mr. Speaker, we would have made savings, and Nyansapo OS would be a Ghanaian solution for African problems, which we could have then exported to the rest of West Africa. And so we believe, and your committee has advised the ministry, that even if they put aside $4 million, half of what they pay every year to Microsoft, into a hackathon of competition, where we invite the computer science departments from Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, the University of Ghana, the University of Cape Coast, and even invited private universities like Ashesi University to bring in their computer science departments to strengthen the Nyansapo OS and Office Suite. Mr. Speaker, we will not need to be spending this money that we are paying to Microsoft every year. And so your committee urged the minister to make this a priority, to see how well next year we can integrate the Nyansapo OS into the smart workplaces solution. Mr. Speaker, we recommend the approval of 1.237 billion Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Communication. But in doing that, Mr. Speaker, we also call on the Finance Minister again through his Deputy Honorable Abina Asare, who is in the House, to have mercy and have the milk of human compassion run through them when they are capping the Postal and Courier Services Regulatory Commission. Mr. Speaker, if you even look at that commission, the commission doesn't even have an office. They are perching in GMPC property, yet we are capping their revenue. It is most unfortunate, and so we can only beg the minister not to behave like a locust and eat and drain all the blood from even struggling entities. With this, Mr. Speaker, I call for the approval. I support the call for the approval of the budget for the Ministry of Communication and Digitalization. Thank you.
Honourable members, I put the question. Those in favour of motion number 16 at page 12 of the order paper, say aye. Aye. Those against, say no. Honourable members, the ayes have it. This House has accordingly approved the sum of 1,237,216,612 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization for the year ending 31st December 2024. I thought we would take some small suspension.
With respect, we want to take one more, with respect.
I don't have any of my deputies around to take over from me.
Then deputy is around. I think he just stepped out. We could reach out to him quickly.
Please kindly inform him to come around.
Also page 13, with respect, Speaker. 13, item 18 on page 13.
Honourable members, item 18 at page 13 of the order paper, motion, Minister for Food and Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move that item numbered motion 8 on today's order paper, page 13, that this Honourable House approves the sum of 3,300,653,634 Ghana cedis.
Honourable Minister, did you say 3,320,000,000? Because we have 20 million on the order paper.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I was going to ask the House to amend the error.
So go ahead, so that we get the figure.
But in doing so, I asked the House to amend the figure that we have here. Subsequent to the budget being read, our ceiling was increased and that was communicated to.
So give the proper figure so that I note it down.
3,320,653,634 Ghana cedis.
Honorable members, please amend the motion number 18 at page 13 accordingly. It now reads 3,320,653,634 Ghana cedis. Second Deputy Speaker to take the chair. Please, you may go on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I so move.
Any seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minister for Food and Agriculture. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I present your committee's report and urge the Hansa Department to capture it in its entirety whilst I proceed to read the conclusion and recommendations. The committee has thoroughly examined the budget estimate of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for 2024 financial year and is satisfied that the policies and programs outlined for the year will go a long way to ensure of the medium-term objective of creating the enabling environment to attract private sector investment in agriculture for accelerated economic recovery and sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, the committee accordingly recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the total sum of 3,320,653,634 Ghana cedis to support the programs and activities of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the 2024 financial year. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the Minister had moved the motion and it has been seconded by the Chairman, who has incidentally also submitted the report of the committee. Yes. Honourable Eric Opoku.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion before the House. Mr. Speaker, looking at the critical role agriculture plays in the economy, we were expecting that allocations to the sector will be very, very huge, so that all the outlined programs in the budget can be executed. Mr. Speaker, when we look at the estimates, we realize that the allocation to the ministry for the implementation of its programs was 3.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, just 1.3% total budget of our nation. Mr. Speaker, we have signed onto the Maputo Declaration, under which we agreed that we want to develop agriculture, if we want to use agriculture to engender growth, to create jobs, increase incomes, and eliminate poverty, we are going to commit 10% of our annual budget to agriculture. This is a declaration Ghana has signed onto. But surprisingly, the 2024 budget is giving agriculture just 1.3% of the total budget. That's because certainly what we are saying is that we don't have enough to develop agriculture, to use agriculture to develop our nation, even though we have the potentials. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's like we are paying lip service to agriculture. When we look at the statistics in respect of the crops that we produce and the quantity that we import, and the fact that we have the potential to grow these crops in Ghana, Mr. Speaker, we see that we are not doing well at all. And it is all because we don't give the ministry the resources that they need to be able to execute their projects. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is still dependent on rain-fed agriculture. We depend on the weather to survive. And so if there's no rains, we have problems. If we have rains in abundance, more than we need, there's problem. Mr. Speaker, because of this, even if farmers go to the banks for loans, unwilling to lend to them because their inability to repay is very, very high. Because the tendency that the weather will fail them and cannot raise the money, they cannot recoup their investment is very high. Mr. Speaker, that is why government has continuously promised to develop irrigation infrastructure in our country. Mr. Speaker, the ministry estimates that they will need 985 million Ghana cedis to be able to complete some of the ongoing infrastructure, irrigation infrastructure. Unfortunately, they are being given 300 million. 300 million out of 985 million. Mr. Speaker, what are we doing? The minister during the presentation of the budget indicated that they are going to use agriculture to transform our nation. We are in debt crisis. Now you can no longer borrow. We have borrowed and overborrowed and overborrowed. We can't even pay our loans. So we have engaged in debt restructuring, postponing payment of our debt, some of them into the future. So the only avenue for us to grow our economy is to use agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, surprisingly, this budget is committing just 1.3% of our budget to agriculture. Clear admission that agriculture is not going to make any significant impact in 2024. Then, Mr. Speaker, another important point has to do with how the ministry handles the little resources that is made available to them. Mr. Speaker, we are told in the report, specifically on page 19, status of implementation of the Auditor General's findings on the payment of compensations to farmers affected by influenza disease. Mr. Speaker, the outbreak of the avian influenza seriously affected the poultry subsector, to the extent that today the ministry is reporting to us that total consumption of poultry products is estimated at 324 million tons, but Ghana is able to produce just 15,000 tons. The Speaker, 15,000 constitute 4.6% of our total consumption. And there was the outbreak of this avian flu, and monies were released from the Ministry of Finance to the Ministry of Agriculture. Your committee engaged the ministry at the time, and they indicated to us that they were going to use the money to compensate the affected farmers. Mr. Speaker, when 20 million Ghana cedis was released from the ministry, your committee invited the ministry to indicate to us the beneficiary farmers. We demanded for the full list. The ministry became evasive. They decided not to produce the list. Mr. Speaker, we raised the issue on several occasions, and finally we ordered them that if they fail to provide the list, we'll trigger the appropriate rules to ensure that the ministry complies. The Speaker is reporting that money did not get to the farmers. In fact, the Auditor General is reporting on the release of just 1.9 million. That 1.9 million was released for the compensation payment, and only 191,000 was paid to 10 farmers. The rest of them could not be accounted for. The new minister is explaining that, yes, at the time the auditors were auditing, that was the situation. But after that, they decided to go through some processes to ensure that the monies are paid to them. And as at the time they were meeting us, they had paid some to the farmers, and the rest are still going through some processes for them to be paid. Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that the new minister is inheriting a situation of this nature. But we are all worried that even though we stand here every day and then cry for the ministry, mount pressure on the Ministry of Finance to release monies to the Ministry of Agriculture for development of agriculture, some of these monies are not being used prudently for the benefit of our people. And that is a worrying situation that must be corrected. In fact, going into the future, we wouldn't want to hear of some of these issues again. Then, Mr. Speaker, we are also told about Planting for Food and Jobs 1, which has been reviewed. In fact, we are told about the challenges of the first phase, and I will hope that Planting for Food and Jobs phase 2 will be able to arrest those challenges. Mr. Speaker, the commitment, even though the idea is laudable, some ideas, structures are being talked about, but the problem is whether the allocation is enough for them to actualize these ideas that they are talking about. Mr. Speaker, what is being given to them is nothing to produce the results that they are talking about. And so we are told that the budget, the capex budget, has been increased by 300,000, realizing that the 3.3 billion wasn't enough. They have increased it by 300,000. Mr. Speaker, that 300,000 increases the budget to 1.3%. Still nothing to talk about. And so we are urging the Ministry of Finance, let's know our priorities and invest in those priorities. If indeed agriculture is the vehicle for transformation, let's make sure that we provide them with the tools that they require to be able to function as expected. Mr. Speaker, Planting for Food and Jobs phase 1 was characterized with corruption. Mr. Speaker, fertilizers meant for the program were diverted, huge quantities smuggled into neighboring countries. Mr. Speaker, in our meeting, the director in charge of the program, who was responsible for monitoring of the PFD, reported to us that in his monitoring with his team, they encountered donkeys cutting fertilizers meant for planting for food and jobs to neighboring countries. They reported the matter to the police, but because of the people involved, Mr. Speaker, the matter ended there. Mr. Speaker, the issue is that when you politicize a big program of this nature, you are likely to run into serious challenges. Mr. Speaker, my majority leader seems not to agree with my position. But I want you to understand that when the president visited Upper West, he lamented over this smuggling of fertilizer and cautioned party people not to involve themselves in that. That was what the president said. And so we are urging the Honorable Minister to understand that this is a national program, a program dear to the hearts of all of us, and over-politicization will also render the phase 2 a failure. In fact, I said a monumental failure. But if we're able to remove politics from the implementation and ensure that every peso expended goes directly into the activity, we are likely to produce the anticipated results. Mr. Speaker, there is a point in this report that I have problem with, and I think the chairman of the committee will want to amend this even before the approval. Under page 10, point number 8.22, full security and emergency preparedness. Control 100% for armyworm infestation. Even though we are battling with fall armyworms, we have not 100%, we have not eliminated fall armyworms. We are still battling fall armyworms. We are still fighting. And even in this budget, allocation has been made for us to continue with the fight against fall armyworms. And so it shouldn't be stated here that control is 100%. No, we have not. We haven't done that. And so that one should be looked at. Control fall armyworm infestation. If it is a plan to do so, then we agree. But if you state that we have controlled it, I will disagree. I will not conclude until I exhaust all my points. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are also talking about agribusiness.
So, what about if I ask you to conclude?
Mr. Speaker, you are in charge of the House. And I know you will not do so until I exhaust my points.
Run up for us. Because the way we are going, then we can take the entire time.
Mr. Speaker, agribusiness development, very, very important point. I've always said that if we want to develop agriculture, the best way to go is to establish a strong bond between agriculture and industry, so that agriculture will produce the raw materials to feed industry, and then industry having raw materials will employ more hands, produce more, export them, and then we can restore sanity to the exchange rate vulnerability. But Mr. Speaker, we are told that in order to promote smallholder livestock business enterprise, the ministry undertook the following interventions. Provided 109.99 million agricultural credit guarantee to financial institutions by GESEL. Mr. Speaker, we need to be clear in our minds what exactly they are telling this House. Is it the case that the ministry provided guarantee for GESEL to secure loans for farmers, or whatever happened? We are not clear in our minds. And so the committee is insisting that GESEL should appear before us, because this House approved 400 million Ghana cedis for the establishment of GESEL. GESEL has been in operation for almost 2 years now, and now they are taking loans under the guarantee of the Ministry of Agriculture. So they have to come before the Committee of Agriculture to explain to us how they have utilized the 400 million Ghana cedis we approved for them as seed capital, and the loans they are taking under the guarantee of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, they are telling us that GESEL is under the Ministry of Finance, and therefore they are not supposed to come before the Agri Committee. Mr. Speaker, if you take money to finance agriculture, and the committee in charge of agriculture wants to know the beneficiaries of that facility, then you must come to us. So we want, Mr. Speaker, to direct GESEL to, as a matter of urgency, appear before our committee and to let us know how they have utilized the resources we have given them. It is so important, and we are interested in that, because we are also picking information about what is happening at GESEL, and that is why we want them to appear before the committee. Mr. Speaker, another important issue has to do with buffer stock. Buffer stock is almost on its knees. Buffer stock, they credited food to support the free SHS. They credited food to support free SHS. And Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance is not paying. What they do is that they borrow from the banks to finance these activities. So if the ministry fails to release monies to enable them pay, there is a disaster. You recall that recently the suppliers had to converge at the offices of buffer stock to cry for payment to be made to them. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't easy. I know you are not comfortable because your government is owing and you are not comfortable. But let's highlight the issues, at least for the minister to know that what is happening is not the best. And then we can all amend it. Surprisingly, the minister is not here, the deputy is not here. None of them is available to listen to us. But Mr. Speaker, you are hearing. Probably you can convey to them because they are not here. And you have allowed us to debate even without them. So some of these issues must be raised. I'm not attacking Mr. Speaker, I'm drawing his attention to the absence, the conspicuous absence of the Minister of Finance and his people.
Unavoidably.
Mr. Speaker, in conclusion. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion. Yes. They are saying I should summarize it. So in conclusion, let me do the summary. Food security is the most important aspect of everything that is done under agriculture. And food security, the first leg of food security is affordability. That food must be affordable so that every living being can buy and then feed him or herself. It has become, unfortunately, Ghana is listed among the 10 countries with the highest food inflation in the world. This is a bad record. It has never happened to this country since Nkrumah's time. In fact, records available indicate that the lowest food inflation in this country was recorded in July 2014. The Speaker, under John Mahama, the lowest food inflation. And now, under Nana Akufo-Addo, we are registering the highest in our history. The Speaker, it's a bad omen. It's a bad omen. And the consequences can be seen in the exchange rate. And so, Mr. Speaker, I urge the Honorable Minister of Finance to make more resources available to the Minister for Agriculture. We are told that the 300 million being added is taken from the contingency vote. The contingency vote is 1 billion. So if you take 300, you are leaving 700, Mr. Speaker. They should add more, about 600 million to the 3.3 to make it around 3.9 or even 4 billion for the ministry so that they can produce food in abundance. And then they can also subsidize agricultural machinery. Now that they have abolished subsidy on crops, they are not subsidizing fertilizer again.
I thought you said you were.
I'm landing safely. I want to land safely.
Safe landing. So
that, Mr. Speaker, all of us can have food on our tables for ourselves, for our children, and for our entire family. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, leadership. Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, yes, Ahmed, let me give you.
The Speaker, ordinarily, I will not speak when.
I hope you just extend the conclusion part of.
Eric Opoku speaks on matters of food and agriculture in this house. Who am I? Mr. Speaker, I just want to make small comments. Mr. Speaker, I've read the report, and I heard him clearly saying that they've enumerated their challenges. There is an overview of the planting for food and jobs phase 1, and they've readjusted the phase 2. Mr. Speaker, clearly as a country, we must develop a learning path. Growing up, Mr. Speaker, right from Operation Feed Yourself to 2016, almost all the major agricultural programs, Mr. Speaker, PANS card, and all those things, structural adjustment program and all those things, what Ghana did in agriculture is in books. But this planting for food and jobs, it looks as if it is just in somebody's head. Hardly can you read a policy document on it. Can you know from where did we get there and where we are going? But they are enumerating a lot of challenges that the planting for food and jobs encountered. But when you hear radio commentators on radio speaking, hardly do you hear of any of those negative lessons that we learn as a country on planting for food and jobs. Mr. Speaker, clearly there is a challenge. But the more reason why, after saying this, why I stood on my feet, Mr. Speaker, is that reading the budget, if you look at the contingency vote, and you look at the Minister for Finance himself allocating over 1 billion to Ghana Care Over Tampa program, Mr. Speaker, if there is any ministry that can manage those funds, it should be the Ministry of Agriculture. Minister for Finance is responsible for allocating funds to the various sectors. But Ministry of Finance is now becoming like an economic infrastructure ministry. Then who will now manage the finance? If we are doing farming, Minister for Finance want to do farming. Housing, Minister for Finance wants to do housing. Even drains, Minister for Finance wants to do drains. Mr. Speaker, what is the motivation? As a country, Mr. Speaker, if you are not serious with our agricultural policies, if you are not serious to really to constrain only the Minister for Finance to finances, you when you get the money, give it to the sectors, they will do the job. But you allocate over 1 billion to contingency vote. Meanwhile, you are talking of budgetary cut in the food that we will eat. Mr. Speaker, are we serious as a country? These are serious issues. We must not reduce Ghana to that level. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance is responsible for our economic and financial matters in this country. He is not a Minister for Western Housing. He is not an extension officer. This is why, Mr. Speaker, previously the former Minister for Food and Agriculture was selling plantain because he was not giving money to go and work. So you go to Bodi to buy plantain and be selling. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious issue. Even though one may trivialize it, he could not complain. He's been changed. A new one has come. Mr. Speaker, I may belong to this part, but as an observer and as a political analyst, observing the radical beginning of Honorable Brian Champon, the current Minister for Food and Agriculture, if the contingency vote is reduced to cater for our agricultural ministry sector needs, if the Ghana Care Over Tampa program of 1.3 billion Ghana cedis is taken and sent to the agriculture, Mr. Speaker, we can compete with Cote d'Ivoire. We will not go to Cote d'Ivoire with importing eggs. Meanwhile, I shared boundary with Cote d'Ivoire. You are saying that, Mr. Speaker, your main interest is commercial agriculture. Meanwhile, you are giving Ghanaian farmers 1 bottle of woodicide and machete. Is that your commercial agriculture tools? Are we serious as a country? No, Mr. Speaker, it's a serious thing I'm raising. I'm a farmer myself. Mr. Speaker, me standing here, I have over 300 hectares of cashew farm. Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you give me a bottle of woodicide and say I should go and do commercial agriculture, are you serious? Please and please, Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Finance is Ghana's Minister for Finance. Corporate Ghana says that the Minister for Finance. That is what you were vetted for. You were not vetted to manage Ghana Care Over Tampa program, producing rice. Meanwhile, you have Agriculture Minister. What country are we managing like this? Anyway, so I want to end. Honorable Atachia is saying, when we made you Minister for Western Housing, the Minister for Finance was building houses. He was not giving you the money to go and build the houses. And that's now you are enjoying as chairman for Energy Committee. Mr. Speaker, let me speak for the ministers. Honorable Atacha was Minister for Western Housing. Ghana was to build housing project, and the housing project were being done by the Minister for Finance, Honorable Keofurata. If I lie, Atacha say it. Instead of the Minister for Western Housing, Honorable Atacha. So it is a serious issue.
Leader, you've said a lot, so yes.
No, Mr. Speaker, we must realign our sectorial finances, and that is my concern. If tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, there's a change in government and the new finance minister comes and he is saying that now I will be doing road construction, meanwhile you are minister for road. What is the motivation? So there's a serious managerial gap in our governance architecture, and that is why the president said Akufo-Addo infrastructure program ahead. Mr. Speaker, be president, allow the sector ministers to work. Now we are rolling back every financial juicy thing to the presidency and to the Minister of Finance. Meanwhile, you have sector ministers. What will they do? It's not a good sign for the country. I want to end by saying that this house should support me to prevail on the Minister for Finance to relocate the 1.3 billion Ghana care over Panta project money to Minister for Food and Agriculture. To do, and you see radical agricultural output. We can compete with Cote d'Ivoire.
What about Minister of Rules?
Minister for
Rules.
Mr. Speaker, for Minister for Rules, he has, for him they cannot compete him. So for him is giving the money.
You are saying you should have
he used 14 months to construct my rules. On record time. Instead of 1.5 months, he used less than 1.5 months. 30 kilometers. So when I'm going from here to my constituency, no bumping. I can sleep in my car. But this is a serious issue that I'm raising. It's not, nobody should trivialize it. So in conclusion, I want to call on all members of this house. We must be part of the governance architecture. A minister cannot speak for himself. And when they are giving resources to work, they are working on all of us our behalf. The Speaker, the policies are there. This is not how Rawlings started it. And this is not how President Kufuor started it. This is not how the various presidents started it. So when you can, no matter how powerful you are, respect your sectoral ministers and give them the needed accompaniment to work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. On that note, Honorable Member for Maso-Panta, once this leader has spoken, I can't come back to you. I'm sorry. So on that note, I'll put the question, and the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion in today's order paper listed as 18, say aye. All those against say no. Honorable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed 18 in today's order paper is adopted, and that this honorable house approves the sum of 3,320,653,634 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st. I should repeat the figure again very well. The figure this house is approving today is 3,320,653,634 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Food and Agriculture for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Speaker, page 13, item 17. Item 17 on page 13.
Very well. So, honorable members, On the same page 13, we are now dealing with item listed 17, motion by the Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection.
Speaker, may I seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister?
Very well. Leave granted. Honorable Member for Kwadwe East and Deputy Minister, you have the floor now.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,392,960,280 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move.
Very well. Honorable members, the motion has been moved by the Deputy Minister. Let me now invite the chairperson of the committee to second and present the committee's report. Yes, Honorable Madam Patricia Page.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion moved by the Deputy Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection. Mr. Speaker, in seconding the motion, I present your report and I'd like to urge the Hazard Department to consider the entirety of the report as being read. Mr. Speaker, I'll move ahead to do the conclusion of the report. Mr. Speaker, the mandate of Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is vital to our national growth and development, particularly with regard to the children, the poor, and the vulnerable in our society. Mr. Speaker, the committee therefore appeals to the Ministry of Finance to review upwards the goods and services quota allocated to the ministry to ensure that critical and essential services are delivered to the children, the aged, and persons living with disabilities. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, the committee recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the amount of 2,392,960,280 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very, very much, Honorable Chairperson of the committee. Yes, am I going to deal with only ladies today? Yes, let him come to Honorable Reverend Ntoso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I rise to contribute to the motion on the floor for the approval of the sum of 2,392,960,280 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, it's about time that the government of Ghana, this country, takes the mandate and the activities of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection seriously. Mr. Speaker, for the ministry to be able to address very sensitive and flashy programs of this country and the ministry. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the 2023 approved budget, the sum that was approved was 1.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, out of this sum, an amount of 867 million was released to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, and this was 53.08% of the total sum that was released, leaving a variance of 766,582,258. Mr. Speaker, if 1 billion, if 1.6 billion was approved and 766 million is the variance, Mr. Speaker, what will be left for this for the ministry to be able to run its activities? Even though there's been an increase, there's an increment for 2022 for 2024 budget, Mr. Speaker, the budget or the total sum approved is still inadequate. Mr. Speaker, the reason is that we have two flashy programs, school feeding and LEAP, Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty. Mr. Speaker, out of the total sum of 2 billion, 1,403,557, Mr. Speaker, Ghana cedis, and 720 million, which is LEAP. Mr. Speaker, putting these two figures together, the ministry will be left with only 32.5 million cedis to run the whole ministry. And Mr. Speaker, out of this 32.5 million, the headquarters of the ministry and the various units under the ministry, that is the Department of Gender, Department of Children, Department of Social Welfare, Child Marriage Unit, the Domestic Violence Secretariat, Human Trafficking Secretariat, the National Council on Program with Disability, the Ghana National Household Registry, and Adoption Registry Unit, Mr. Speaker, will all have to be given their quotas from the 32 million that will be left. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to school feeding, even though there's an increase, the children were fed on 1 cedi 20 pesos. Mr. Speaker, it has been increased to 1 cedi 50 pesos. Mr. Speaker, I wonder whether a market survey was done. Mr. Speaker, a bowl of kenke now is 5 cedis. So if children are to be fed with 1 cedi 50 pesos, what sort of food would the caterers give our school children? Mr. Speaker, that is the reason why at times you see on social media that when food is served, the stew looks like colored water. The quality of food that is served the children, Mr. Speaker, in our schools is nothing good to talk about. So we, the committee, your committee is of the view that in the media review budget, the feeding cost per a child should be increased. Mr. Speaker, the ministry, looking at the budget of the ministry vis-a-vis their IGF, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the IGF of the ministry, Mr. Speaker, they are asked to retain, for instance, 46% for the Central Adoption Authority, Children's Park 33%, the Department of Social Welfare 33%. Mr. Speaker, the budget for the ministry is woefully inadequate. So the committee is of the view that the Ministry of Finance should give approval to the Gender Ministry to have a 100% retention. Because when it comes to social welfare, Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that these assemblies have the desk offices for the social welfare department, but they are not resourced. When it comes to child trafficking or human trafficking, Mr. Speaker, this department, the social welfare department, they struggle so much in taking care of the children. I come from a peninsula where we have the Volta River and the Oti River. Mr. Speaker, these NGOs very often go on the lake with the help or assistance from the police to arrest our fisher folks. And when children are brought to the social welfare departments, they do not even put on, they don't have even shirts or sandals to put on. And these officers are compelled to buy them shirts and even sandals to put on. So if their IGF, they are asked to retain 33%, Mr. Speaker, if they are given 100% retention, I think that will go a long way in helping the ministry to be able to run its activities, for them to be able to achieve their mandate. Mr. Speaker, I also want to talk about the child trafficking unit. If they are also resourced, Mr. Speaker, and they have vehicles to be able to monitor the activities of NGOs who are here in this country with the mind of helping the children, but for instance, like International Justice Mission, their activities are so questionable. So if they will be resourced, if the human trafficking unit will be resourced, they will be able to monitor the activities of these children 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Thank you very much. Please, once you're given the floor, let's try to make the contribution a bit snappy. Yes, Honorable Crosby.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I rise to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approves the sum of 2,392,960,280 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, let me just add a few to what my Honorable Ranking has already mentioned, and to state that the Ministry of Gender, Violence Center for Rehabilitation, you don't see any allocation, so that presupposes that they have been factored under the goods and services that is going to headquarters, that is the Ministry of Gender. Mr. Speaker, whilst the committee sat, by this, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the Ministry of Finance to prioritize issues of social protection, gender, by increasing the allocation towards monitoring and evaluation, as well as research into gender and inequality programs. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I urge that this House approves the said amount to the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much. Honorable, do you want to contribute? Honorable, do you want to contribute? Yes, Honorable, if you want to contribute, you have the floor.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to the debate that the Minister of Gender,
the use of gender, children, and
Honorable, can you speak to the mic, please?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving this opportunity to contribute to the debate on the budget aspects of the Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection. Mr. Speaker, I want to commend government for the introduction of the school feeding program and LEAP. There's no doubt that these two programs have actually brought relief to Ghanaians in the form of economic livelihood. The school feeding program actually has increased enrollment in schools. And for those of us who are coming from rural constituencies, it has actually made livelihood. It has made sure that children don't loiter around. They are always in school. And it is good for improved education in the system. We read the report, we realized that a lot of money has been allocated to these two flagship programs. Releases from the Ministry of Finance to support these programs are inadequate. It also delays payments to especially the women who are running the feeding programs, the caterers. It takes a long time for finances to be released. And even by the time finances are released, food prices are so high, so that they are not able to feed the children properly. At the committee level, we also realized that the amount for 1 CD, 20 pesos was inadequate. We advocated for 3 CDs, but government ended up by giving us 1 CD, 50 pesos. And Mr. Speaker, I want to appeal to this House that the 1 CD, 50 pesos is even tax. And I want to appeal to this House to support the committee to inform the Minister of Finance to take the tax away for the 1 CD, 50 pesos. We also realize that because the budget allocation to this place, these particular flagships are not properly released timelessly. It is difficult for beneficiaries of these flagship programs to take full advantage of it. So, Mr. Speaker, I still appeal to the Minister of Finance that this will be timely release of these funds to enable these flagship programs to take off smoothly. Government is trying to subsidize to make sure that at least at the end of the day, parents are cushioned, and the aged who are benefiting from the LEAP programs are also adequately taken care of. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I also want to appeal to my colleagues to approve these estimates of 2 billion 392 billion 960,280 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister. Yes, let me give Honorable Honorable Bisnapi. I'm giving you the opportunity because of the disability aspect of it. So,
thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the motion. Mr. Speaker, as you said, I'll be very snappy. Mr. Speaker, looking at your committee's report, item 8.0, which is the outlook
of the work program for the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year 2024. I noticed that the ministry has not programmed the reenactment.
Hold on. Yes, leader.
You called Honorable Abla-Gomeshi, Jifa Abla-Gomeshi.
No.
You mentioned her name.
No.
What did you do with the speaker?
I called Honorable Clement Apak. Yes.
Called her name. The speaker, I just want to know.
I mentioned her name.
Yes, you did.
Anyway, then I'm sorry.
You mentioned her name. That's why I'm asking.
I'm sorry.
You said you want to give the woman a chance. That's what you said.
I said that earlier on, but I decided to give Honorable Clement Apak the opportunity because of his advocacy for the people with disability. That's why I just wanted him to get a bite on this particular estimate. Yes, Honorable. Yes.
Most grateful, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, the point
thank you for the correction.
The point I sought to make was that the issue of Act 715, which is the Persons with Disability Act, I hope would have been captured in the work plan of the ministry for the ensuing year. Mr. Speaker, it has become necessary to reenact Act 715, which was passed in 2006, because of changes in the global landscape as far as matters to do with persons with disability are concerned. Mr. Speaker, after we had passed this act, the UN also passed the UN Convention on Persons with Disability. Currently, we also have the African Protocol on Persons with Disability. This has made it necessary for us to take another look of Act 715. So I would like to implore on you and the ministry to consider listing the reenactment of the Persons with Disability Act as part of their outlook for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, since there isn't much time, I just wanted to quickly add that if we were to look at the observations made by the committee, the content is very depressing, to say the least. The issue doesn't have to do with the paltry allocations that we make to a ministry that are considered to be perhaps the most important ministry, but it is also the issue of disbursements. As the ranking member on the committee said earlier, if we were to look at the disbursements, Mr. Speaker, it leaves a lot more to be desired. For example, Mr. Speaker, on page 7, under 10.2, increase in the allocation for goods and services, the second paragraph, and it reads, with your permission, very briefly, in the 2023 financial year, the goods and services allocation to the ministry was a total sum of 5,028,398 Ghana cedis. Nonetheless, a meager amount of 411,948 Ghana cedis was allocated to the Department of Children, and the actual release was 52,477 Ghana cedis, 92 pesos. Mr. Speaker, this is where I want to emphasize. The National Council on Persons with Disability was allocated 171,645 Ghana cedis, and the actual received by the department was a paltry, this is not my language, was a paltry sum of 26,238 Ghana cedis, 96 pesos. Mr. Speaker, we can do better than this. On this note, I support that we approve the allocation and want to indicate that I join many others in calling on government to increase allocations to this ministry, because any of us any day can become somebody who will depend on that ministry for our survival. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. On that note,
Thank you very much, Right Honourable. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
1 minute.
Yes, please. Mr. Speaker, it is curious to see that for a ministry that is looking at inequality, they can be working with 10 regions when we have 16 regions in the country. Even in their outlook for 2024, they don't go to the 16 regions. They are still going to be in 11 regions. I find that curious, and I want to urge the ministry to look at all aged people to benefit from the LEAP program. Because why would you take 10 and now move to 11 when we have 16? I think that it is unfair, and the ministry must reconsider their decision to work in only 11 regions. Mr. Speaker, with that said, I support that they be granted their funding. Thank you.
Very well. Honourable members, on that note, I'll put the question, and the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion listed 17 in today's order paper, say aye. Honourable members, you can do better than this. As many as are in favor of the motion listed 17 in today's order paper, say aye. All those against, say no. Honourable members, it's obvious the ayes have it. The motion listed 17 in today's order paper is hereby adopted. And that this Honourable House approves the sum of 2,392,960,280 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes, leader.
Speaker, item 15 on page 12. Speaker, let me seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister.
What?
Item 15 on page 12.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, we on this side, we have a pre-arranged meeting that starts at 5 o'clock. Mr. Speaker, we've been in the chamber since morning and been doing government business all this time. Speaker, we had earlier on indicated that we should, as much as possible, try and close. Mr. Speaker, if we are going to allow it, then we should limit the people that speak on this matter. I recognize that, yes, there's a lot we have to speak on, but we shouldn't rush it. We should allow members. So, Mr. Speaker, I would have wished we take it tomorrow, but if we have to do it, then because 5 o'clock we have to be somewhere else.
Thank you very much. So, honourable members.
I agree to his suggestion. One on each side, and that will be the last item.
Very well. So, honourable members, come with me to page 12. Item listed 15. Page 12. Item listed 15. Motion by the Minister for Railway Development.
Thank you.
Honourable, are you doing that on behalf of your minister?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's hear you, honourable member. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 267,212,801 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Railway Development for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, the motion has been moved. Let me invite the chairman of the committee to second and submit the report of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minister, and in so doing, I would like to present your committee's report and request the Answer Department to capture the report in its entirety whilst I move straight to the conclusion of the report. Mr. Speaker, after carefully interrogating the budget estimates and the programs of the ministry, the committee hereby recommends to the House to adopt its report and approve the sum of 267,212,801 Ghana cedi for the financial year ending 31st December 2024. I respectfully submit.
Thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Rankin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to support the motion ably moved by the Deputy Minister on behalf of the Minister and seconded by the Chairman for the Committee of Roads and Transport. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, I want to talk about two main issues relating to the ministry. The ministry is in trouble. It's in trouble because there hasn't been enough funds allocated to it, released to it to execute its projects. And since 2017, Mr. Speaker, no project has commenced and completed by this ministry. And it seems there's a whole lot of lip service by the government to this ministry. And so we still want to urge the government not to go by lip service, but to allocate and release the appropriate funds as approved in the budgets to this ministry to be able to execute its functions. One of the challenges with this ministry, and it still dovetails into non-performance and non-seriousness related to how they do the jobs, and it's about encroachment of its property, its assets, and some by illegal miners and many more. And so we think that there should be some seriousness in there. The releases should go there so that we will have enough money to protect the property. And of course, we also urge this ministry to liaise with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, because they have responsibility for land and so on, so that they could help them protect their property. Mr. Speaker, this ministry has so much on its lips, and still again it's about seriousness. Their track roads are being encroached, and you see that the old tracks, I'm talking about the scrap, they call it scrap, the rail tracks, which is over 100 years, are now being sold as scraps to people. Now, the landowners who think that these old and dilapidated, tracks could be given to them as scraps are now being, these properties are being sold. And these chiefs, the divisional chiefs, are not too happy. And so they need to look into it and make sure that these dilapidated rail tracks can be given
12,801 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Railway Development for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes.
Speaker, item 8E. I on pages 8 and 9. 8E. I. Pages 8 and 9.
8E.
E for Emmanuel.
Okay. Yes. Honourable members, let's turn to page 8. Page 8. Page 8. Item listed 8E. 8E by the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee.
Reports of the Public Accounts Committee on the reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana Technical Universities for the year ended 31st December 2021. Reports of the Public Accounts Committee on the reports of the Auditor General on the public accounts of Ghana pre-university education institutions for the financial year ended 31st December 2021.
Honorable members, the report of 8 III have been duly presented. They are for distribution to honorable members. Yes.
So may we turn to other paper addendum. So I will further seek your leave for it to be done by the minister, the capable minister for trade and industry.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, he could have just done the appeal to you, and our colleague will do that. I don't even know where all those these things are coming from. Causing, controversy in the House. Just make the appeal for the honourable minister to do.
Mr. Speaker, he wasn't making an appeal to you. The chief whip was not making an appeal to you. I just want to say that for the record.
Yes. And the appeal has been granted. The application, yes, application has been granted.
He made an application to you.
Who?
The chief whip.
Yes.
Yeah. But what I'm saying that he said he made an appeal. It wasn't an appeal. That's all I wanted to clarify.
Well, it was an application, and the application has been duly granted. So, Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry, you may do that on behalf of your colleague,
before
the Minister for Energy.
I think he was worried about the reference to maybe the capable one. Is that what your worry was?
Yes.
Capable, you worry about me being capable? Yeah, no, you're good.
Minister, just lay for us.
I have been encouraged to litigate this matter to its ultimate end, my friend. So you would have to put on record why you make that suggestion. Look at him. Let me ignore him because he's not listening to me.
An act to amend the Energy Commission Act 1997, Act 541, to provide for the offence of unlawful connection to an equipment and installation of a facility for the supply, transmission, distribution or sale of electricity or natural gas, to revise upwards the penalties for offences, to provide for the imposition of administrative penalties, and for related matters.
The Speaker, I want to know whether we have enough copies for members to look at, not only for committee members. The Speaker, this bill is an important bill and it's important to share it. No, I want to know whether there's enough copies for members. Table office should confirm that.
Very well. Honourable members, the bill in the other paper addendum is read the first time and is referred to the committee for energy committee for energy for consideration and report. But I also direct that the committee should determine the agency or otherwise of the bill as part of their report to the House.
Speaker, having regard to the time, we are obviously in your hands, but thankfully we've exhausted businesses we have prior decided to prosecute. So, Speaker, we are in your hands.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are in your hands. It's past 2 o'clock.
Very well. If you are in my hands and Adansim Kosrohin is here, then I will proceed to adjourn the House to tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Honourable members, I thank you for your cooperation and the House stands adjourned.